was, or, one person, yeah, so that was one thing. And Liam will go over a few of the other things, but we're not gonna do that until our work session. Thank you.
You don't want Landon to sleep that quick?
Oh, yeah, real good.
We all took a vote, we decided we canceled it. Have any questions, contact me.
All he's gonna tell us is it depends. Are we ready to go?
It's recording.
Oh. Man. All right, we'll go ahead and get our pre-meeting started. I'd like to welcome everyone out. We've got our minutes. Anybody notice anything in them? Were they in the email that's come out?
They were in the email, and then for some reason, the second one, maybe. So I printed it extra right here.
Awesome. We got our minutes.
Did you get the second one? Peter?
Yes, ma'am. Those are important, but not as important as Tammy's item. So we'll let Tammy go ahead and give us a rundown on JDC.
JDC, so let's recall this was approved with 725 dwelling units, and they are back to amend their development agreement. They're not changing any zoning, but they are back to amend their development agreement to add 275 units, all of which will be designated as attainable housing. The goal behind this is to integrate the attainable housing throughout the development. However, just to make sure we don't have high concentrations everywhere, their proposed amendment to the development agreement, which you guys are not gonna see before you tonight, because we're still kind of refining some language in there, states that no more than 80% of any village area will contain that attainable housing. There are, I was just trying to get into the Zoom here. Let's see. Some things to note. When this proposal was brought before us, we did look at the Western Weaver general plan, and I know that you guys were in the meeting with the county commission for a joint work session when this was presented, but we did look at the housing goals in the general plan for Western Weaver that call for various housing types to accommodate the different stages in population, different demographics, to make sure that we've got housing opportunities for everyone that wants to live out there. And so we feel that this proposal meets that housing goal. Let's see if there's anything. We are looking at deed restricting these for owner occupancy. Deed restrictions, they have proposed prioritizing these deed restrictions for first-time home buyers who work within Weaver County, and I think that was direction from the Planning Commission. Does that sound?
It was, but I received word that they talked to legal and then they were worried about restricting things to the county because of legal.
So I'm gonna let Liam speak to that, actually. That was from their council.
The draft that they submitted most recently, what does it have as far as deed restrictions go?
First-time home buyer who works, so the priority list will go as follows. First-time home buyer who works within Weaver County, active duty military, regardless of whether they work in Weaver County, because the base is in Davis County. First responders, teachers, public service employees who work within Weaver County, and then everyone else.
Oh, so that's different than the draft they originally submitted.
It is a little bit different, yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so we haven't found anything that would prohibit them or us from approving it, placing these deed restrictions on it.
Even with restricting for fair housing rules, are there any issues with saying they have to work in Weaver County?
No, there's not. There is argument you could make, but there's no case law indicating that that is going to be a deed.
Okay,
So
so this is what they're planning to propose. I know at some point they were thinking of taking out Weaver County.
yes, at one point they took it all out, the draft that I saw.
They are still uncomfortable with that language. The
Are they?
county would like to see that included in there, but you guys are the planning commission. If you guys want to submit direction, otherwise you can, but when we spoke of legal, the indication was that the burden of proof would fall upon whoever disputes this to show that we're either targeting or excluding a very particular demographic, is that correct?
Correct, that is correct. It does give somebody a good argument to make, and they can bring it. Will they win on it? I doubt it. And if they do, they'd be the first case law example of what you can and can't do for a deed restriction. But we haven't found anything locally in Utah really similar characteristics that indicate that that language in that deed restriction is unlawful.
So how much exposure would the builder have? I think that's their concern, is that they're the ones who would be exposed, but would it be the builder that's exposed, or would it be the county that's exposed?
Yeah, well, the county is going to require them to impose that deed restriction. The developer would get sued and they would bring us into it.
Okay, so they.
They'd say,
would have
hey,
some-
county, you made us do it. You're now,
So
we're
they
gonna join
could
you.
pass their exposure onto the county, which I would be okay with.
Yeah.
If we're requiring it of them, if the county's okay with it, and the county's the one who in the end is exposed, then.
I think
Yeah.
it sounds, personally, I feel like it's a lot of hassle for something that's not that important. I mean,
I hate it too.
it's right on the border of Fox Elder County where a lot of those people that are currently living in that area are working, so.
I feel like a deed restriction of it has to be owner occupancy, so that you don't get people coming in that have cash, like big people with money buying it and then renting them out. So it takes it away from like the people that can afford it. I feel like that's a good idea, but I think saying you have to live here or you're more prioritized if you're this or that, like, I don't like that.
Our whole goal in this, one of the things is we keep saying, well, we want our kids to be able to live close to us and have a place in our community. Well, if your kid is working literally 2 miles away in Fox Elder County, Willard, they're not gonna be able to qualify to live close to you because of that one little restriction. So for me, I feel like it's not very.
I'm afraid that without the deed restriction, we will be housing Davis County, not Brigham City, because Brigham City has cheaper options in Brigham City. Davis County's cheapest option is Weber County. We could add a restriction to the restriction, something that they do things like this for universities. You're either certain miles away from your job is a certain mile away from the development, or any job within a certain radius of development, or a Weber County job. That way we can avoid that kind of a conflict. I know it's cumbersome.
I get that.
I know it's cumbersome, but right now, that's what we're dealing with is Davis County is buying up Weber County housing. And Davis and Salt Lake County jobs are buying up Davis and Weber County housing. And I just want to avoid that so that we can get the good teachers and we can get all of the public servants that we need. But I think a radius is a smart idea.
Do planning commissioners have any issues with the types of employment, the teachers, emergency service, responders, public service employees, active duty military? Do you guys have any heartburn with that?
That's, if they have that, then they're exempt from the other thing, right? That was saying.
They just have first opportunity to make an offer. They still have to qualify for that $400,000 price point. They still have to qualify for that. They just get first priority.
Like Ogden City offers loans for people like that, like they give them a
Yeah.
something different for people, like a loan option, but not like, oh, that's what you do, you get first choice of the house. They just give them better loan options. I don't know, I've never been anywhere where I'm showing somebody a house and they look at me and say, okay, well, they can't buy because they don't live close enough, or they don't work close enough. I've had age restrictions, but never like
Yeah.
you don't work in the right spot.
Going back to Sarah's point as well about the radius thing, the other issue, because this came up early on with JDC Ranch, they were asked to get the attorney's office about this, is enforceability of that. And yeah, somebody could buy a house and they work within the radius that we set, and then a month later they change jobs. And now they're working in Davis or Salt Lake County or wherever it is they are. Unless somebody's there checking on every resident all the time for where they're working and what they're doing, it's never really gonna pan out to be the ideal situation.
Right.
Tell you what, let's pull the nose of the plane up. Let's get up to 20,000 people. And let's just look at this like the good thing that it's going to be. I'm good giving people some priority. That's fine. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. We need to start this attainable housing somewhere, and I think we're getting a little mired down in too much detail. That's my opinion. I think that this is a good thing to get started, and hopefully we'll create a path so that there's plenty of this affordable or attainable housing for the majority of people that need it. That's how I look at this thing. We gotta start somewhere. So I don't want to lose an opportunity that is based on being that detailed about it. That's my opinion.
But I think that you do need a deed restriction, though, saying that they have to be owner occupied or. you're going to get-
Absolutely,
Or you're gonna
yes.
get the guy that's got millions
Yeah.
of dollars of cash that buys the cheap houses and then just rents them.
I'm simply
They have
talking
to by
about,
state law.
I'm simply talking about who we prioritize as far as. who
Right, I
buys.
agree.
Yeah.
Well, you look at what we've approved out west, Black Pine and everything that's coming here, and even look through that, you know, the book they provided us. Those are manufacturing jobs. They're not a super high paying job.
Right.
This is where those people are gonna have to try and go to find these houses. And that's kind of why I would prefer it be reserved for folks that are working and contributing in the county in those areas that we're creating and bringing businesses to. Cause right now, I mean, $60,000 to $70,000 manufacturing jobs, and then they're not gonna qualify for a lot of the homes that we have out in the area. You know, they're still gonna have to travel a little ways, but this is gonna be their closest opportunity to have their own single family type residence versus coming up here and dogged into apartments. So that's, I like the way it's wrote in that development agreement, and that at least we give them the opportunity. And it sounds like it's a prioritization kind of anyways, that, you know, if no one shows up from that works in Weaver County that's gonna buy it, I think there's ways around that others could, but.
Well,
Well, it's number F there, anyone else?
Yeah.
The comment that I have on this, and I tend to agree with Andrew, is, you know, we need to get off dead center, but as we go through this, somebody needs to keep track of what we're doing and what the result is. Because if we don't do that, I'm afraid that in the end, it'll just be another Ron Claire.
Yeah.
Not the homes, but the way it's managed. So I'm thinking that, to me, there just needs to be some matrices out there that when this comes up again, we've got some experience.
Yeah.
And we could move forward much easier, I believe.
And we've spoken with the housing authority, and that's who we see administering and making sure that this all is flushed out. Michaela over at the housing authority, they're so accommodating to so many different options. And other communities have done it different ways. And they've looked at the way that they're proposing, and they feel very confident they can do that. However, in the development agreement, the applicant doesn't want to put housing authority in there because they feel like they may lose some cells. So we're thinking we'll just put in there that it'll be administrated through Weber County, and then we'll just defer that to the housing authority to take care of that. And then that way it doesn't, you know, create an issue for the developer.
The image.
Yeah.
Ideal. But I think, I mean, kind of the point, we're kind of molding this. I don't think, I mean, really statewide even, I don't know how many projects are really to this point throughout the state with this attainable housing, so.
Well, this will be, they have done some, but this will be, you know, some fairly groundbreaking areas, especially up here north. So it's gonna be nice to, you know, be leading out, with this, so I'm excited about that.
Not that it matters, I'm just curious, how long does that deed restriction apply, like, just the first time the house is sold? I'm assuming it doesn't.
It has
carry
to
on
be a
the next
minimum of 5 years, so anyone who buys within that 5, that's the minimum the state requires. We talked about doing longer, and I think the
Commissioners want
longer we
longer.
can do, the better, so
Isn't
that.
it, Tim?
So the applicant is proposing 10 years. The county commission in that meeting said 50. The planning commission can certainly come up with a different number that they feel would be more appropriate. That would be something, that would likely be direction we would need from you this evening.
I want 25 years.
No
I
one
think
will
that-
ever,
I think
no
that
one
gets-
will ever police it.
Well, that's it. But the thing of it is that if they did, it gets you through a turnover of the housing. It gets you through at least one generation and possibly two.
You don't think they'll police the deed restriction?
I don't, not unless someone in the neighborhood complains about it or has lived there for 10 years and someone moves and there's a renter and then is it, I don't know that any.
And even then,
Who's
when
ever
it
gonna,
complains about it, who's gonna make that?
who's gonna enforce?
Right.
That's what I mean. Like the title company
Yeah.
is not gonna say, or the, no one's gonna remember that. It's not going to make a difference. Well,
The HOA
hopefully-
board will.
Yeah, actually, the HOA will help. The HOA will really help enforce because you
But
get
how
that
much power do
community.
they have?
Right.
But, the sense of state is doing a lot of these. I'm hoping it becomes a little more commonplace and something that realtors and owners think to look at. Just because, hopefully, because this is happening in volume now,
Right.
not just this one development. You're right, one development is gonna be really hard to even think that it's there, but possibly it'll become kind of commonplace to look for it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
The HOA is only as good as what the legislature lets it have, and that's the unfortunate part. They need more teeth in the HOA.
And then it's hard too, because an HOA I think is great for, keep things nice and everything else, but then have a lot of people that if it's an HOA, they don't want to buy there. They don't want to.
But those kind of people we don't want to be neighbors to.
They don't want the restriction. They want to take care of their own yard or they don't, actually, the problem is they don't want to pay the fee because they can't afford their house payment, then afford a fee now too. So that's the other problem is they don't want to pay $50 because in 2 years it might be $150, then they can't afford it.
Well, that's a good point, Candy. So if these are affordable houses, is the HOA fees gonna make it where it's not affordable anyways, I mean, anymore?
It's probably a question for the developer and I'd probably say steer clear of the term affordable housing.
Obtainable, remember obtainable.
Well, only because the developer has been very specific in saying, look, these may not necessarily fit into the affordable bracket, but they are much more so than market rate, much more affordable than some of the other market rate homes. So they have set their own price limit at $400,000. It doesn't include even an unfinished basement, a garage. These are 900 to 1,000 square foot, what they consider starter homes. Nicer finishes, they're gonna blend into the neighborhood outside of the size of the footprint. So you're not gonna be able to look at them and go, oh, well, that guy went cheap with his finishes. You're not gonna be able to tell that from these.
That's good, that's how it should be.
There were a couple of other changes I wanted to make sure you guys were aware of that they're proposing. One is you will see some changes to some of their exhibits. Things like location, size and shape of some of their open space. They're minimal changes, but they are changes they feel are necessary in order to accommodate the additional density in order to make space for that. So they have one right of way, 166-foot right of way. They're proposing to bring down to 60 feet. They're shifting some of their drainage areas as well. That's just become a necessity as they've gone through and begun the development process. And then some of their open spaces have changed shape just a little bit and shifted location. I don't know if the size has necessarily changed. The other change that they're requesting in order to be able to accommodate the additional density is they are asking that they be, right now they are capped at 100 townhomes period throughout the development. Of the 725 approved units, 100 of those maximum can be townhomes. They're asking for a possibility to convert an additional 100 single-family units to townhomes, but only on a one-to-one basis. So for every certificate of occupancy that's issued for an attainable unit, they can then convert a single-family dwelling to a townhome or a row home
With a maximum of 100.
with a maximum of 100 additional.
Additional,
Yeah, so that would cap it at 200.
200.
Did I explain that okay? Cause I tried to word that okay in the staff report and.
These
they
are all
were
market
concerned.
rate. All the townhomes are market rate, the way I understand
Uh-huh.
it.
Yeah,
Is that different than what we was told when we were with the commissioners?
I
feel like
think they
there-
touched upon it, but now that they've
Because they were
submitted their
market rate.
proposed
I just feel like there's
amendment.
a statement that we're trying to avoid townhomes because they're not affordable anyways, and it's
Mm-hmm.
like, I feel, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like we're a little bit sold on getting away from townhomes, so now hearing that there's a possibility of more, not that I'm against them, it just
Yeah.
seems like it's a different story.
I think their thinking is that in order to be able to fit an additional 275 lots in here, they've got to shrink some of the others, and it may mean converting some of them to townhomes or row homes.
Drill in the meeting.
So on
I
the,
do remember some mention.
Yeah,
of
there was a
townhomes.
conversation.
I do remember that.
I mean, I'm honestly on board. I think that this is a good thing, what they're trying to accomplish. But the density thing, if they're saying, well, we need to be able to accommodate by doing townhomes so we get more density. But we're wanting you to do attainable housing, because we're not necessarily, we're giving you more density already for the attainable housing, right? So for me, that's not a real argument that I care about. I need more, so now I need more. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, so at the end of it, Tim, if they're shrinking some of their larger lots and they want to make up for some of that on the townhomes, what does that net out? How many will they gain by getting an additional 100?
They're not asking for an additional 100 units in density. That's not what they're
Okay.
doing. This is capped at 1,000 with this proposal, period.
Okay.
It's just that the 625 single-family dwellings, of those, 100 of them would be converted to townhomes.
So there's 275, right, of the.
Those are
attainable?
all attainable, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
a
and
thousand
that's what,
total for what was originally approved.
Correct.
yeah, and that's what was represented to both you and the county commission.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions on JDC before? I just want to bring another item up. So, we have 2 commissioner spots who, they expired in June. That was.
Just expired at one. Sorry.
Don't even go. So Uncle Jed and Sarah, their terms expired on June 30th. We were hoping to have that on the county commission agenda this morning so that they could just flow in for the meeting tonight and vote. There was some problems that happened. It didn't happen. So they are gonna sit up on the dais, but they can't vote. We will have that hopefully for the next meeting. We have that scheduled for next Tuesday, and so that evening, everything hopefully will just fall into place. And they were the only 2 who applied, so, yeah.
Suckers.
But
Well, if they don't,
Help us, right?
We don't
What's
want to
that?
compete
They can
with
still
that.
comment.
they can comment, yeah, they can comment and things like that. We didn't advertise it super great. We just put it in the Standard Examiner and small print, and so it's what's required, so. On record. So anyway, just wanted you guys to be aware of that, so.
So they both have
Thanks for
accepted that
putting
they're
back
out of
in.
that, huh?
Yeah.
Good job.
they suckered you into it again.
Did a whole application.
One more time,
One more time.
maybe 2.
What? Thought I had a couple
So I
of-
just wanted to get that out there before
Your training
we
again.
go back in.
One question, Tammy, has this always been in the development agreement where it says these additional amenities for these open spaces are only gonna go in if a public entity takes over?
No, they're going in regardless. The HOA will maintain them until either the county or the Parks District or some other entity decides to take them over.
I read that differently. It says here, these potential additional amenities are entitled with the approval of development agreement, but are not required to be constructed unless identified open space and amenities are dedicated to and maintained by a public entity
Where are you looking?
on these parks open space plans.
Oh, in the actual development agreement?
No, this is in whatever, in the packet, in the exhibit H. I don't like that. I don't like that they're not gonna put a parking lot and a bathroom in.
My understanding, and
Brent, what page is it?
Charlie helped craft this
Page
development
3.
agreement, but my understanding, Brent, is that those won't change, that those requirements to have that open space put in as each phase develops out is still a requirement.
We may wanna change that language.
Yeah,
on
we'll
there.
have to address that then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But just because it's in red and the asterisk, and then you read that little piece down here, like the amphitheater, that ain't a big thing to me, but the bathrooms and the off-street parking's a must.
Yeah.
I think if you put it in here, whether it's an amphitheater, whatever, if you're proposing this to the community, that's what you put it.
Oh, I agree.
I mean, that's what you're selling them on, it should fall through.
Yeah. We just may wanna have that reworded in the exhibits.
Mhm. That was their exhibit that they.
Yeah, it's what they proposed, but we'll ask Brian about it.
Thank you, Brian.
I'm learning. I thought he was one of the better ones, but can't trust him.
We coming back for the work session? Yes. And I'm leaving my cookie. Yeah, good, nobody steal my cookie. I know.
Yes, sir.
Find out who the monster.
Go for it.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. I'd like to welcome everyone out to the Western Weaver Planning Commission meeting. Today is Tuesday, July 9th. We're gonna go ahead and get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. If y'all wouldn't mind stand and make the pledge with me.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. Go ahead and let the record indicate that all planning commission members are here in attendance today. First item on our agenda is going to be our minutes from our May 14th meeting. Any questions, concerns, or comments on those minutes? Seeing none, accept a motion on those minutes.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to accept the minutes from 5:14.
Got a motion? Do I got a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. All right, first item on our agenda is going to be a legislative item. This is item 2.1 ZMA 2024-07. This is a request to amend the master development agreement for JDC Ranch to allow for additional 275 units. This request is being made to address the need for more attainable housing within Weber County. Director Grover?
So this was part of a rezone request that had a development agreement attached to it. The applicant is coming back and looking at amending this. This is a legislative action, as you mentioned. So you'll be making a recommendation to the legislative body, which is the county commission. You will need to have a public hearing on this. You'll need to open and close the public hearing and then make that recommendation to the legislative body. And Ms. Adelot's going to be presenting this.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, commissioners. You have before you a request for approval of an amendment to an existing development agreement. A little bit of background on this. This is located at 2875 West, 2600 North. This was back in 2021. This was forwarded to the county commission by the planning commission with a recommendation of approval. And in September of 2022, the county commission granted approval of this rezone request, including the recorded development agreement. The applicant is back before you today to request an additional 275 units added to the existing 725 approved units. We've got on the presentation, I wanted to kind of show you just a synopsis of what's in the current development agreement, which is a total of 725 units, which includes not more than 100 townhomes and not more than 200 attached residential products. You've got a flex village area, street connections, architectural standards are all outlined in the development agreement. Designated open space improvements. In looking through the development agreement, these open space improvements, these open space areas that will be dedicated to the public, that dedication will occur when the developer has installed the improvements for those areas. Trails are also included in this. All of these areas will be maintained by the HOA until that changes. So just to reiterate, the applicant is requesting 275 additional dwelling units within this project area. This would bring the total of 1,000 units within the development. Every one of these 275 units would be designated as attainable housing. Some of these requirements in order to be able to move this forward would be deed restrictions per the county commission, and I believe the planning commission as well. We would be looking for deed restrictions to limit owner occupancy, limit to owner occupancy rather. These are just some proposals within the deed restriction as far as prioritizing. Now, the planning commission can certainly make recommendations or change some of these, but this is what's being proposed before you this evening. You can see we would the county would like to see these prioritized in the following order. And I will let you know that the developer is here and they will likely have some comments to make after staff is done with their presentation. Attainable housing units, the goal of this is to integrate them throughout the project. The proposed amendments to the development agreement include capping that percentage to 80%, meaning not more than 80% of any village area would be dedicated to attainable housing. The initial base price cannot exceed $400,000. This is a price point set by the developer. This would exclude garages, unfinished basements, any other upgrades. These are very basic starter homes with nicer finishes that would blend into the surrounding neighborhoods. A question that staff would likely have for the planning commission this evening is how long would this period of owner occupancy be stated in the deed restriction? So the applicant is proposing 10 years. I know the county commission has submitted something much longer than that. The planning commission can certainly make their recommendations that we would forward onto the county commission with that. In order to allow for the space that's necessary to accommodate an additional almost 300 units, there are some necessary changes to be made with some of the open space as far as location and shape of those. Also, one thing that the developer is asking is that, and I want to make sure that I explain this clearly so there isn't, it's easy to confuse, I think, and it's difficult to explain clearly, but currently there is an approval for 725 units, and of those, a maximum of 100 of them are allowed to be townhomes. The developer is asking that an additional 100 of those units may be converted to townhomes to allow for the space necessary to be able to accommodate an additional 275 units. They're proposing that for every certificate of occupancy that would be granted for each of these attainable housing units, one detached single-family unit could be converted to a townhome or a row home. This is not additional density beyond what they're already asking for with these attainable units. This would still be capped at 1,000 with this proposal. The last thing the applicant is proposing is kind of a standard product type plan. The applicant, in looking for a more expeditious building permit approval process, is asking that the county look into their plan of submitting a certain number of housing types with very specific plans. The county would grant approval for those, and then when they submit their building permit application, they would simply pick one of these pre-approved plans in the hopes that these could go through the building permit process a little bit more quickly, and that we get these houses vertical as quickly as possible. These are some of the exhibits that have been proposed with changes, and I've tried to highlight some of these changes. Attainable homes here, this is a column that's been added, again, maximum of 275, and these would be some of the village areas, the areas where they might be permitted. Another change to one of the exhibits would be this 60-foot right-of-way. They're proposing to narrow that a little bit to 60 feet. Again, looking to maximize their space so they can add this density. You can see kind of a side-by-side. This is the existing approved open space plan. This is what they would propose. Some of this comes down to making room for this density. Another portion of this is just that as they've gone through and they've started installing infrastructure, they've found the need to relocate some of their drainage areas. And so it's shifted, it's had a little bit of a domino effect as far as shifting where their open space is and the shape of some of it. These are their detention areas. They would be looking at relocating just to show you their proposed changes in their exhibits. And then these are the planning commission actions that may be taken this evening. Do you have any questions for me at this time? Otherwise, you're welcome to ask the developer to come up and speak to any of these.
So this is you, right?
Any questions for staff? Nope, I think we're good. Thank you. Looks like. We're gonna trying to get.
I think you've got to turn off yours, Tammy.
If I have to share. Try that.
Okay, thanks, Tammy.
All right, I love it when technology works. Okay. Okay. I'll have to move that little guy, but okay. So excited to be here.
Will you
Thank you
just
for
Give us your name and stuff for the record,
all
please.
that good stuff. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Brian Bayless and our address, we just moved offices a little while ago. I think it's 1740 Comey Road 2, South Yuba. So excited to be here. This has been probably a year and a half, 2 years in the making. Well, really before that, like the attainable housing crisis, you guys have all lived it, right? We've all lived it. All of us in Utah have lived it. We'll talk about some statistics quickly. Talk about the reason for the why our ask. I was talking to a couple of the residents and you know, they're concerned about the increased density. Hopefully we'll have some answers and be able to kind of talk that through with you tonight, but why are we asking for additional units? It really is a function of the challenge that we're facing. So this is just a quick slide that kind of shows some of the challenges that we here in Utah face. I think we've all experienced it. Just housing affordability. It's incredible what housing affordability has done in the last couple of years. So as you see here, some of the quotes and the one that oh no, what's on there? Utah ranks third. That's the bottom one. Utah ranks third in the nation for the most unaffordable housing markets behind Hawaii and California. And that's a ratio. It's hard to understand that when it's like, well, Utah's not nearly the price of some of these other surrounding markets, but it's a ratio of your incomes, your area median income compared to what the cost of housing is. And so in that ratio, Utah has just exponentially changed in the last couple of years. And we're all kind of reeling at that, trying to figure this out. This is a really interesting graph that shows that phenomenon. So this graph down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen shows the percentage of people back in these years that were able to qualify for a home based on the area median income. So if you're just a normal Joe, you made a reasonable salary in 2016, what percentage of the people could afford a first-time home? 80% of the folks at that time frame could. Right now, that number has dropped significantly to only 12%. So it is a challenge that a lot of people are facing. And I don't know, maybe you guys have seen it. Maybe you've experienced it yourself with kids moving back in the basement. There's a lot of that happening. A lot of kids leaving the state to be able to afford to live in homes. Those are all challenges that we face here in Utah. And then the graph on the right, I think, is really interesting just to show it's kind of a double whammy. It's like you've got this massive price increase as supply has gone way down. And that's the graph on the right shows that supply loss. So in the previous years, we were providing at or above the amount of homes that were needed, the households that were needed. And the last 20 to 2015, this data is a little bit old from the Gardner Policy Institute. It just shows a massive drop or a reduction in the households that are created in Utah, and then the houses that are being provided to house those additional households. And so it's really kind of created this crazy dynamic where a lot has changed. And Utah is the bullet points up there at the top. Utah is the largest median home size in the country. If you look at a chart, so the average size of a home in Utah is greater than anywhere else in the country. And the next closest isn't close. Like the next closest is by like a ways down. And so I guess all of this is to kind of paint the picture that Utah is kind of a unique market. The pioneer heritage and the LDS culture has influenced Utah's market. And it's kind of like, that's what, a lot of us are experiencing in these issues. And so it's like, where has that starter home gone? Where have the small starter homes gone? And that's one of the challenges that we're facing. And in addition, in addition with this, I'll go back to this sheet just quickly. The governor has recognized this as an issue. You all have experienced it probably anecdotally on a personal level. The governor has said, hey, so he's come out saying we got to put 35,000 starter homes on the ground quickly. And so that's an objective that really the governor has laid at the feet of all municipalities and all developers. And we've kind of looked at that. I think it feels like maybe you guys sense this as well, but it feels like the state legislature is in the process of trying to pull those rights to the state, because a lot of cities and municipalities aren't willing to step up and say, no, we're going to allow some density, or we're going to allow some smaller homes. We're going to allow some of these opportunities. And so we're kind of coming to that saying, look, whether the state does this or not, this is a problem in our market. Nielsen Homes builds homes here in Weber County. That's what we do. We build in other places, but Weber County is our home base. And we've said, this is a problem for us too. Our kids are leaving the state just like yours are and our neighbors are. And so let's see if we can do this better. And so again, since the governor's announcement I think it was November or December, we've kind of gone back to the drawing board and really tried to revise our layouts of what we thought was possible in terms of, hey, what are those homes up on the bench, the post-war era homes? How can we replicate that in Utah? How can we make homes more affordable? And so we've spent a significant amount of time saying, can we do this? Like kind of worried that, again, people don't build these homes anymore for probably a reason. And so we've come back and said, no, we don't think that's the reason. We think some of the zoning laws might be a difficulty. Some of these other things might be a challenge, but we're going to come in here and design these smaller homes and build them and see what the market will accept. And so that's really the why. We're here before you to say, we've got a land price that worked at 725 homes. And in order for this to make financial sense for us, we have to be able to pick up some additional units. And each one of the additional units that we're picking up above the 725 to get up to the 1,000, the 275 additional units, those will all be attainable. They will all fall within the attainable category. And we'll talk about what the definition of attainability means. So our definition of attainability is single family detached. These are not attached homes. So they will be $400,000 and below. And that's for the base price. So they'll be $400,000 and below for these homes. So that's our definition. They will be deed restricted. So a lot of the challenges that you run into in Utah is a lot of investors have come in and bought these homes up. So these will be deed restricted, homeowner occupied for a period of time. The state right now is looking at about 5 years. We've proposed this as a 10-year deed restriction, where again, if you're coming in to buy as an investor, you're not allowed to buy. You will have to live in this home if you buy it. And so we think that will limit significantly those investors coming in and turning communities into four-wheel. That's not what we want here. So for all of those reasons, that's the reason why we've come in and made this application. As we were concerned about, and as we heard quickly from you all, as we've had conversations with each one of you, and the commissioners, they've kind of said, hey, look, we've got, and staff has been great to kind of guide us through some of this thinking, and we've been appreciative of their influence and guidance, but it's like, hey, we're concerned about quality. That's one of our biggest concerns here. We do not want this to turn into a place that's not a quality subdivision. And we feel very fortunate as a builder and developer of this project because we'll be here for the next 10 years. This isn't something that we're holding for the last couple of years and we're going to push over into the corner. We're going to build these right up front. We're going to put them right at the entrance to our community. So some of the first 12 homes that we're trying to get platted right now, and if you've been out there, you've seen the site, it is like a war zone. We're building infrastructure right now. And we've essentially said, we're going to a war zone in a good way. There's a lot of holes and utilities and stuff going in. But we've essentially said, we're going to put these right at the entrance to our community because we believe in it that much. This is a problem that faces the state and Weber County and us as well. And so we want to do this and we want to do it right. So some of the things that we've done to kind of address the quality, these are the homes. So as you guys see those pictures there, these are some of the conceptual designs for these homes. We hope to be building these homes starting in August. So we are aggressively moving forward. And we started this project. This is an important component. We started this project before we knew about the attainable issues. So we said, hey, we're gonna get this approved as though it's a 725 unit development. And as we've learned about this and massaged it and figured out the architecture and some of these other challenges that we've been facing, we're able to kind of shoehorn these types of homes in some of our first homes that we're building in JDC Ranch. So we've kind of taken a few lots that we would have otherwise sold as market rate homes and made them the attainable homes. So we feel very fortunate that we can do this. We can do it quickly and we can do it right out of the gates. And it's something that we desperately want to be able to be successful with. So We focused a lot in terms of the quality. We focused a lot on the design of the architecture. As you'll notice on these homes, some of them will have unfinished basements, which again, the unfinished basement component and then the garages will all have spaces for the garages. You can see off to the left of the White House there, there will be a place for a garage, but not all homes will have a garage. And so that's an expense, that's a luxury. It's very nice. But if you're working to try to build attainable homes, that may be something that the buyer has to build down the road at some point. There will be some of these homes that will not have those garages. And then also in some places within the community, we will be putting in basements. And groundwater is high out there. It's been a massive concern. We've studied it for the last 4 years to make sure we understand exactly how it's working. And where we will not go below the elevation 42, 30, 38 is the elevation that we will not go below. And there's a lot of homes out there that go below that elevation, and some have problems, some don't. But we've kind of said, hey, we're going to try to nip this in the bud. We're not going to be able below that elevation. So in most instances out there, our elevation is 30. I think it's 3240. It's 40. I can't remember the first two numbers, but it's elevation 40. And we're going to be going 2 feet below the existing grade and bringing in dirt, quite a bit of dirt on the rest of that subdivision. And then providing detention basins. So, a lot of the water that flows off of that property where it's flood irrigated will flow into detention basins that will be detained before it exits the path where it's gone for the last, hundreds of years. So anyway, that was kind of probably too much detail on the basements and the groundwater and some of those issues, but we feel very strongly that's an important consideration that we do not want to mess up. Especially with the high water that was there last spring, it was a big concern. We were like, oh man, we've got to get this right. So those are the homes. So our definition of, again, attainable home will be single family detached. Some will have garages, some will not. Some will have unfinished basements, some will not have those. And then another really important component to this that's been critically important for us is just landscaping. If you have homeowners that come in and they stretch to get into the home and then they don't have a sufficient amount of money set aside to put in the landscaping, sometimes that cannot be done well. And that really creates kind of an issue for the community. And so that's another component that we've spent a lot of time thinking about, and we will be providing that on these homes. So they will be fully landscaped. I guess just a couple of other kind of important components as we talk about quality. And we'll get into this a little bit later in the slide, so I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. But I'm going to say anyway, we've got an HOA that's going to be professionally managed and set up. We've got all the legal documentation. We've done this a lot, and we know where the pitfalls are to HOAs. A lot of you probably have your own impression of HOAs and whether they've been successful or not. A lot of them failed in previous downturns. We've found that if you set it up right, and you have amenities that people care about, which we're planning on putting quite a few amenities in here, those things will be maintained over time. And you set it up right with a professionally managed and maintained HOA company, and you do it with appropriate legal documents. So those are all important components to this long-term quality aspect of the community. And so we heard loud and clear the feedback that we got from you. We were concerned about it before we heard it from you all, but it was great to hear that again. And so those are some of the ways that we've tried to address that. And there's a better exhibit that I'll flip to really quickly here. But it's integration. That's the last component of quality that I wanted to talk about, is it's the idea of integrating these homes amongst other market rate homes. A lot of times, again, you see them sequestered with the wall built around them. That's what this exhibit is intended to show. All of the blue dots would be the attainable homes, and it would be mixed in with the market rate homes that would be right next to it. So theoretically, you could have a home that's $400,000 or less as one of the attainable homes, which would be abutted next to or across the street from a market rate home, which could be on a very similar sized lot, but just a lot more square footage in the home that could be $550,000 to $600,000 plus. So that speaks volume to making sure we've got a quality community. That really is probably the biggest thing that's incredibly important in our minds to make sure this lasts the test of time. So with all of that being said, I'll go back up and just run through these slides really quickly. We don't have to spend a lot of time. I'm probably boring you with some of the details, and then I'd love to answer any questions that you do have. But we've got we've talked about the deed restriction. Again, that's addressing the concern about the corporate rental. So we just want to avoid that at all costs. The deed restriction, staff had a few ideas, and I think we're kind of, to be totally transparent with you all, we're wrestling with how long that deed restriction should be for as well. We've kind of felt like the state is focused on 5 years. We have focused on 10 years in this instance. And we can adjust that upward. I guess we would like to see what the impact has, because nobody's really done this unless it's like really, aggressively manage and maintain with the program to restrict certain buyers. We're trying to make this be kind of free market, with some exceptions that we'll talk about in just a minute. But that's really the objective, is we want to get these homes built and we want to get families living there. That's really what we're about. We're not looking to set up some program. And frankly, we're worried about the stigma that if we create too much onerous hoops that you have to jump through and federal regulations that you have to comply with, that the stigma is going to be for those homes that are market rate. They're going to say, I'm living right next to the projects. That's not what we want. So we want to make this simple. We want to make it easy to manage and deal with. And so that's been one of our ways to do that, is through this deed restriction. We've got the other component, I guess, we call this the priority pre-sales. This was based on feedback that we got from you all in a joint work session, where it was like, hey, this is great. These attainable homes are wonderful, but we want to solve the problem for our folks. We want to try to solve the problem for the first responders, the teachers, the people that need it most. And for the people that live here in Weber County, or that work here in Weber County. And so we heard that loud and clear, and we actually went back and have spoken to 2 different attorneys to make sure we were not running afoul of fair housing laws and the RESPA laws. There's a lot of restrictions associated with making sure we do this right, that we're not, what's the word? Discriminating. Thank you. Yeah, we're not discriminating against protected classes. And so we spent quite a bit of time. Every builder has a VIP list. And so this is essentially an enhanced VIP list that for a period of 14 days, people can come and submit. The home is done, it's listed, and then for a period of 14 days, it's open to those that meet certain criteria. And the criteria that we focused on are those that already qualify for the state's funding through the first-time home buyer credit, that's a program that the state has implemented. And then we've got 3 other classes, kind of employment classes that we focused on. So it's the teachers, first responders, and then the military. And so if anybody has a job in those different criteria, we've said, come and apply in this 14-day kind of pre-period, and we would love to accept one of those buyers as the buyer of the home. And so that's been the focus. And then after that 2-week period, if for whatever reason, there's not a waiting list of folks that would like to move in, then we'll open it up for the rest of the market. So that's kind of how we've tried to address that. One of the things that we did look into was just saying, hey, can we make this specific for those that work in Weber County? So it's jobs, it's these types of jobs, but within Weber County. And after we've spoken with our attorneys, they feel like that's maybe a little bit of some gray area. It could be challenged. And so we can get into the legalities of that if you guys would like. I can bore you with our 4-page attorney's opinion letter. It's not very reading, but you're welcome to it if you'd like. But we've kind of said that's the level where we feel comfortable from a legal perspective exposing ourselves to. So those are the 2 components that we got as we receive feedback from the county on some of this. The attainable housing pricing, it's important to understand that the base price of each attainable starter home will be no more than $400,000 with a few exceptions. So the cost of the garage, because we may be putting garages in some, we may not be putting garages in others. The residents have the ability to go build those garages down the road. We're not including that in the price, this base price of the home. In addition, the unfinished basements, some homes will have unfinished basements, others won't. I don't want to speak for the state, but as we've got feedback from the state, they said, hey, that's a really important component where people can build equity by finishing off their basement and provide space for their family to grow. And so those 2, the cost of those 2 things, and then the cost of the front yard, we have said, hey, that's going to be a critically important component that's unique maybe to us, to say that's going to be a quality. The cost of that is estimated around $10,000 to landscape the entire lot, and that will not be included in that $400,000. So that's how we've defined the attainable starter home. We talked about integration into the community. We talked about long-term quality through the architecture, streetscaping, amenities that matter, and then professionally managed HOA. And then the fact that we are the builder invested in the long-term in this community is another very important component. We've kind of gone through all of those items. So with that all being said, how can we make a difference right here in Weber County? Again, that's our hope, is that we can kind of maybe set the standard. As we've had conversations with some of the state legislators, they've said this is really leading the way in terms of this attainable housing problem. And I feel like we as the builder developer and you as the county have the ability to kind of step up and say, we're going to set the example for the state, and we're not waiting for the legislature to potentially pull, all of the rights that we have right now that we enjoy in the municipalities pull that to the state side. We don't want that. We don't want to see that happen. And so we stood up and said, hey, we've got a great county that's done a great job setting up the general plan and has a great understanding of how development needs to occur here in the county. And so we've come in and said, hey, if we could partner on this, we'd love to try to make this attainable housing work for a lot of families here in Weaver County. So with that, I think that's it. I'd love to answer any questions that you have or, yeah.
Questions for the applicant? Or we go into a public hearing?
Do you have any questions now? Should we after the public hearing at all or?
It's up to you.
I have some I can throw in right now.
Okay.
Mr. Bayless, I just have a couple of clarifying questions. So you just barely said front yard will be provided. Did you mean whole yard
Whole
or just
yard.
the front?
I'm sorry, that was a yeah.
Okay.
Just wanna make In
sure.
the past, we've done just the front yard, but we're doing the entire yard.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I had another thought, the HOA fees, keep talking about professionally organized. Is that fee gonna be to where these are no longer attainable houses?
It's a great question and something that we have been very, very concerned about. I guess the best place to kind of go to answer that question is we've tried to keep it at a rate and we've worked very closely with our agents to say, what is that? It oftentimes in communities, there's a cap where if you exceed that cap, there's a concern that it's too expensive and folks will live right outside the boundaries of the community. And so we've been cognizant of that and we feel like that number is somewhere between $50 and $60. So that's our objective, is to
Monthly,
keep it
right?
on a monthly basis. Yep. So that's our objective, to keep within that constraint. And as you can imagine, Casey, a lot of the amenities that we put in that's what impacts the cost of the overall maintenance of the community. And so our constant balancing act is to say, we want to build great amenities that people are going to value and take advantage of through trails and open spaces and parks and all of these things, but not too expensive that it puts us outside of that price range. So we have said, no, yeah, we do not want to price buyers out for that reason. So we've been very cognizant of that. I don't know how to give you a more specific answer other than we're kind of wrestling with those issues right now. We're talking on a regular basis with our HOA management company, which is FCS, and they manage thousands of units up and down the Wasatch Front. So we've got a detailed budget based on our anticipated amenity schedule right now that gives us what we feel like those costs are. And so we're constantly balancing that, making sure we're doing that right. So.
All I have for the moment.
I can save mine until after you.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and.
We open a public meeting, public hearing. I see someone sitting out here that, if it's okay, you and the rest of the commissioners, I'd like to have him come up and talk. I see Mr. Waldrop sitting out here. I'd like to give him an opportunity to speak about the attainable housing from the perspective of the legislature and the governor, if you don't mind. I don't mean to put you on the spot. Is that okay?
I'm good. Any objections? I think it'd be well worth it. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Waldrop.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation to come up. I came here just to talk to you. No, I really appreciate your hard work on this. We've met before and I know you guys have been working, you've done tours and studies and the staff has worked extremely hard to try and create something that works. Actually, I better start with Steve Waldrop, 5838 East, 2500 North in Eden, representing the governor's office. I'm the governor's policy advisor for housing. As Brian said, housing affordability is a crisis that is something we've never had to deal with. And a couple of the statistics that are really critical to understand is typically when you take the median wage of the median worker in the United States, in Utah, and you say, okay, what does a house cost? The median house, it costs 3 times that median wage. It's been that way for 90 years. Somebody makes $5,000, the median house is $15,000. The wages go up when you're making $50,000, the median home price is $150,000. That was true up until about 10 years ago. Currently, we are at 6.4 to 6.5 times the median wage for the median house. So affordability has literally been cut in half as a result of several things, supply constraints, inflation, a growing population in Utah. Utah has gone from like being the the great affordable place that it once was to now being one of the least affordable places in the country. And it's a significant concern. And the bottom line is homes and home ownership and property ownership has been the #1 savings tool for the residents of the citizens of the United States for the last 200 years. And right now, today, about 90% of the people that don't own a home will never own a home if something doesn't change. It's that big of a deal. And if you go out and say, okay, well, 90% of the people don't buy a home now, what happens in 20, 30, 40 years? You now have an entire generation that gets to the end of their productive working years and they have no equity. They haven't built anything up. They've just paid rent their entire lives. Who have they enriched? They haven't enriched their own family. They've enriched the landowners and the top 1%. So we've created more stratification in our society, less balance, less middle class. I mean, we're at this moment where we are threatening this middle class survival. And we're riding the wave right now of what we did back in the 1950s. We had all these soldiers coming back from World War II. All these GIs came home. And what did we build? We build small, affordable homes. You can drive around Utah and find them. Now, at that time, land was cheap. So you had big lots and little houses. Now, land is not so cheap. So we have to have smaller lots, but we also have to build smaller houses on those lots. We have to go back to what we built back then. I've told you guys this, but I still remember my grandma's cupboards. They were not shaker inset European soft close hinges. They had like 19 layers of paint on them. The hinges were on the outside. You could slam those, but she could slam those babies hard. And you knew when she was closing that cabinet door. And so we've gone away from what's affordable to what we wish we always had. And so we're just looking at turning back the clock to a time when we built what was attainable for the people in our country. And that's what we've asked these developers to do. That's what we've asked our municipalities to look at. That's what we're asking you to look at. That's what we're asking the citizens in the communities surrounding it to look at is what happens if we don't do this? And if we don't do this, 30, 40, 50 years from now, it's not going to be pleasant. We're going to have generations aging out of the workforce without something to fall back on, without what we have to fall back on, and what we've created in the last 70 to 80 years. And so this is why it's such a critical thing. This is why, the governor's fully engaged in this. Every state in the country, everybody's looking at this. This is a thing that's going across the entire nation. And the biggest statistic I think that makes the most impact is looking at what happens to a family when they own a home versus when they rent a home. And current statistics, 2023 statistics, the median wealth of a renting family in the United States is $10,400. That's their net worth, all of their assets, everything together, $10,400. The median net worth of a family that owns their home is $396,200. That's 40 times more. That's the value that we're asking you to help create. There aren't a whole lot of times in your life when you'll be able to look at 275 or 300 things and say, if I do this, I'm going to create $40 million for people who are going to live around me in my community. That's just not an opportunity we have very often. But that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the creation of wealth, not for developers. They're going to make money and that's fine. But what we're talking about is creating that opportunity for the families that live and work and play next to us to be able to grow up and have that wealth cushion so that they can send their kids to college, so that they can retire, so that they can do all of the things that we consider essential to the American way of life. And I know you've heard this all before, but I appreciate the opportunity to come up and repeat this in a public setting because I do think it is critical. When you look down the road, if we don't do this now, we will regret it. And it will be a regret that will have consequences that go far beyond, I think, what we can even imagine right now. If we don't allow people to create that 40 times well, by just getting it on the ground floor, giving them that opportunity, there will be years and years of regret. Now, the governor's proposal is to build 35,000 of these affordable, attainable starter homes throughout the state in the next 5 years. That's 0.8 per hour. That's my job. So you guys are going to go a long ways, hopefully, in helping to get that started. But that's wealth. You know, you think about 35,000 homes times almost $400,000. That's billions and billions of dollars in the pockets of ordinary Utahns who are nurses and school teachers and firefighters, and they're the working people that have done all the right things. We want to give them that same opportunity. You've had great feedback as to what you want to require. Let's require deed restrictions for ownership. Let's make sure these stay as owner occupied housing. Once they get into the market and the big corporations don't have the ability to come buy a block of 200 homes, that threat of losing a whole chunk of property to ownership is really lessened. So that's, I think, really wise. I think making them available on a first come, first served basis to people in the community. You can do that by phases. I mean, there's a number of things that I think we can do to create that opportunity for those who we want to create this opportunity for. You know, solves traffic issues, solve air quality issues, all of those things. That supports our schools and the churches and creates community. That's one other thing. I mean, this really is a model project because we're also, the proposal also shows that you've got starter homes next to some townhomes next to larger lot homes, and you've got these mixed income communities, which are without question the most healthy communities, where somebody can age up and age down in place and stay in their community and build wealth and build social capital. When we look at our kids, we want them to have those experiences of being able to intermix with people that make more money than them, and we want them to intermix with people that make less money than them, and see the spectrum of what we have here in our country. So I commend you for taking this up. I understand the challenges that come with additional density. It's a tough thing, but this is the right way to do it. This is an extremely well thought out and very well vetted plan. I wanted to build 1,500. I mean, that was my, it's like, hey, double it, you know, triple it, let's do whatever. But they came back and said, no, that doesn't make sense. Let's look at what actually makes sense. Let's look at lot sizes. Let's look at how the houses fit on there. You saw the renderings. I mean, I'd buy this place. Well, I did buy this place. I bought this place in 2001 for $109,000. And that was my first one. And now, you know, we're talking about $300,000 to $400,000 for a starter home. We have more work to do to get that price more attainable, but we got to start here. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to come up and speak. Thank you, Mr. Barrow, for that invitation. I'm open to any questions. If you guys have any questions for me, but this has the full support of the governor. I was with him this afternoon, told him about this. He was, what was the quote in the paper? I think after the legislative, he was giddy. He's very excited. This will be the first project of this type in the state. This will be a model for a lot of communities to look at and say, this is how you do this right. This is what we want to accomplish in creating these mixed income, balanced communities with the opportunity that we're creating here. So thank you all. Answer any questions you've got.
Any questions for Mr. Waldrop?
I have a question. Thank you for coming up. My question is where it's a kind of a first run, what kind of things are you going to measure to make sure we're getting out of what we choose, or the areas where we can improve to make them either better quality or less money? I'd just like you to elaborate on that a little bit if you could.
Yeah, excellent question. I think, you know, the concerns are, can we drive the cost even lower? That really is a function of land price. And that's where you start with in all of this, because if you're gonna spend $125,000 on a piece of property, you can't build a home that is gonna sell for, less than 2 or 3 times that. It just doesn't, the math doesn't work. So we're following land prices very, very closely. We're also looking at design criteria, and we're really excited about some of the design criteria that they're using here. And we want to be like engaged in that process, watching what those materials are. We want to make sure these are nice places. Look, I grew up with linoleum floors. I'm okay. I didn't, I'm not broken in too many ways. I didn't have soft closed drawers, and I'm still standing, and I went to school and everything. So those are the kind of things that we really have to be conscious of, that we're making intentional decisions about some of the wants versus some of the needs. And I think they've been very, very smart about looking at yards, because that creates a community character. One of the big concerns is we get, sort of half-finished projects all over the state. We don't want that. We want these communities to look finished, to look good, to have value and retain their value, which is another reason for the mix in pricing. And I think that's one of the biggest things we'll probably look at, Commissioner, is how many units of a certain price type can fit in this box versus how many other units, and make sure that we're hitting that balance right. We don't want to overload it in one direction or the other. And the market will tell us a lot about that. These guys will learn a lot. You guys will learn a lot from this project. And I wish I could say we're going to do everything perfectly and it's just going to be like this seamless, wonderful thing, but there will be some learning items out of this. But I think given what we know, this is really as well as we can possibly do. We're looking at building materials. We're bringing in some national building materials folks that are going to bring in and demonstrate some new construction techniques. And maybe we need to bring different construction techniques into the state. Other places in the country are doing different things. So we're going to focus really hard on bringing kind of innovation into the market while we look at what we're doing and how we're doing. But I think that is critical. And we want your feedback as well as this rolls out, as this project goes. We want to do lessons learned as we go through it, because for sure we can get better. We'll always be able to get better. And so we want your community to give us feedback to help us shape that policy going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Waldrop. I really appreciate your comments on this.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Favero, for that recommendation. That kind of sets a tone on where the governor and the legislature has been on some policies that's been passed through at the state level. So with that, if nothing else, I'll ready to accept a motion to open a public hearing on this item.
So moved.
You have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Right. Okay, we're now in public hearing on this item. If anybody wishes to speak, please come up and state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Michael Kane. I live at 3647 West 2100 North, Plain City. We recently just completed building a home there and moved in. We came from southern Utah. We lived there for about 15 years and we're here in Weber County before that. And my work took me down to southern Utah. We lived in Santa Clara. Had some experience in Santa Clara that I think lends to a question for you. While there, I had some ecclesiastical authority for a area where a development like this was done. The developer indicated that these would be owner occupied. With that, we supported the idea. And may I indicate that I certainly support the goals that we've just been hearing about. And I am impressed with the homework that's been done by the developer. My experience in Santa Clara was that with this development, It was supposed to be owner occupied. Actually, it was supposed to be a percentage owner occupied, 75% owner occupied, 25% not. Very quickly, because of my ecclesiastical role, we soon discovered that almost all of the units had been purchased by investors. In trying to find out who was responsible for enforcing the owner occupancy, the HOA didn't feel like they had the authority to do that. The developer had moved on, and the city said, not our responsibility. And so it just continued as it did. And as has been discussed, we found that there is a significant difference in community participation and responsibility between a renter and an owner. Not to disparage renters. It's just that an owner is now making more investment, both financially and emotionally, for where they're at, and we saw their participation more in the community. And so that became certainly an issue for me in my role. So my question to you, not really well acquainted with how Weber County has done. How effective has Weber County been in the enforcement of the owner occupancy? Will that become an issue? Will they be able to enforce this and maintain it for the 10 years, or actually hopefully more, that is in place? Because I believe that will be a huge significant issue, because the investors will show up. They will work to find a way to get in there, and that to buy up these places. Now, the interesting thing is shortly, within a few years, the rates of rent on these newer units went up and exceeded the cost of a mortgage. So much for affordable housing. So my question to you is can we actually enforce this? And then just another side question is, we watched in my community in Santa Clara, as we watched these things, that we saw the demand on our infrastructure. And I don't know that Santa Clara was well prepared for the rapid growth that we saw, and the infrastructure really wasn't in there. We had traffic issues, we had school issues, and that sort of thing. And I haven't heard anything this evening about that discussion. Maybe that was earlier when we were talking about the 725 homes. But has the infrastructure been addressed for far west, the county, Plain City? Will they be able to handle this kind of growth at the pace that the developer is talking about? So those are my questions to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Braden Standard, 2727 Prairie Circle. Just kind of want to reiterate the things that were mentioned here. I think a lot of the things that they mentioned with the deeds and all that, it's very difficult to enforce. The other thing, back in 2021, I stood before this body and I predicted this. I said, when you rezone this, they're going to come back, they're going to ask for additional density. And everybody here said, you don't have to worry about that, because we're putting a developmental agreement in place and that's not going to happen. And here we are. So that's super frustrating to see that, we all agreed. I've worked with them, and what they have in place is great. No one has been more impacted by this development than me. I spent the last 4 months listening to pumps, 19 pumps run in my backyard 24/7, my house shake 24/7, while they put in the infrastructure. But to come back now and have us be in a situation where we're saying what you guys promised wasn't going to happen is now going to happen. My concern about the schools, we had people from the schools saying the impact of this much density this quick will crush our school systems. The schools can't build fast enough. Well, guess who pays that tax burden to get the schools built? That's us. Not the people who are moving in, not the developers who are building it. We end up having to bond more schools, do all those things. So
I understand the attainable and affordable housing crisis, but those burdens keep getting pushed back onto the taxpayers of Weber County. We have to protect and balance this and look at it more than just, we got to build a bunch of homes, because there's a larger impact. And so I would ask that today, I don't think we make decisions today to say, yeah, let's go ahead and do this, because I think there's a lot more to this project and adding this many homes that we haven't talked about and that we need to talk about, we need to figure out. This has 2 egresses. You're gonna add another 300 homes and have only 2 egresses. I left Davis County and Roy because I couldn't go to the grocery store without it taking me an hour to drive a half a mile. I moved to this community because the community was spaced out. We thought about infrastructure. We didn't just throw everything in and say, oh, well, that's UDOT's problem to go figure out. We have to be responsible here. I would tell you the housing crisis, the governor's economic policies have driven this housing crisis. But now they're going to come in here and tell us as a county how they're going to solve it for us. Well, we want to solve the housing crisis, get the government out of it. That's what we need to do. And the county needs to start standing up and doing things. The state comes in here and bullies cities, they bully counties, and they're creating 90% of the problems. And they're the ones getting rich off of the problems that they're creating. And so we as a county have got to start standing up to some of these things and do the right thing. I don't think it's fair to say, oh, give me 275 more houses. And then, oh, by the way, we want more townhouses. That was not the original agreement. I think that we need to have time as citizens to sit down. I've worked with Nelson Homes. Brian and I, we've talked, we've worked through a lot of things to this point. And I think that this is a carte blanche, premature, hey, we're going to add 275 homes, and we're not looking at all the other impacts to the communities around. You have an island that we've created that's within Weber County that Plain City doesn't want, Far West doesn't want, and we're creating a whole nother problem that is going to have to be dealt with by future generations. And the cities are going to bear all of that burden. You add another 275 homes and then you force an annexation into Far West. Well, guess what? Now me as a taxpayer, I'm going to be the one who has to come in and pay increased taxes to take on all those things. So I just think it's great. I agree housing is a problem, but a $400,000 home is not attainable for the average Utah. It's that take you 80 grand a year with no other bills just to buy a house that doesn't even have a garage.
You wrap up your comments, please.
What's that?
Wrap up your comments.
Yep. So I just think to you guys, I think let's come together. Let's have a work session with the community, but also we had an agreement early on, and it now sounds like everybody's changing their mind on the agreements that we had earlier. Thank you.
Any further comments on this item?
Hi, my name is Deanne Kennedy. I live at 2151 West, 2700 North in Far West. My big concern about this is I live right on 2700, right across the street from Far West Elementary. Like it's been said, we've been here before with this. We talked about what was going to be done with 2700 with the traffic flow of all those houses being built. And the state of Utah said 2030. So my big concern is, has any of you been out there on 2700 North? When school's getting out, when school's getting in session with Walquist, with people getting on I-15, if you have 275 more homes that coming in there, you're going to have over 3,000 cars with all those. If you figure you have 2 cars per house, and that's not counting your teenage driver or whatever, 2700 cannot deal with that kind of traffic. If this goes out to North Plain City Road, North Plain City Road is 2 lanes. Our road is 2, except when you start going west. You hit Far West Elementary and you have to merge. It's a problem. That's my kids. I have talked to the Weber County School District about the roads, the concern of the kids. If you've ever been out there, I would love for each one of you to come out there and be on that road in my situation, trying to get in and out. It's the safety of the children, the safety of the community. I'm all for everyone getting a house. That's great. I would have the chance. I've been out there for 36 years. And it is a war zone. You talked about a war zone with housing, it is, but our road is a big war zone, especially on I-15 when you're coming off and on that exit, there's no room. When you get off at 4:30, 3:30 in the afternoon, coming off 2700 or getting off I-15, it's backed up. There's gonna be big problems. I would hope that each one of you would consider before you do and these developments, we need to take into consideration. Do we have room for this? You know, this, if we were gonna do this big development, it should have been done a long time ago. Those roads should have been done a long time ago. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I'm Kenny Barnes and I live on 3107 West, 2600 North. So I live on that busy road and it is very busy at times. I can hardly get out of my driveway a lot of the time. So I think of all these other people that are going to be driving down to Kent's or driving into the town. It's going to cause some big problems. And I probably am not up to speed. I apologize for my attire. I just came back from Bear Lake, but is there going to be a park inside? Because there was supposed to be, I believe they planned to park on the south side in that big community, but it never happened. There's a nice pond walk around, but I understand there's going to be a walkway underneath the power lines. But is there going to be a park and walkways through there for all those people and those children especially? Because that's what they said they would. Well, the kids can go to Walquist and play on there, you know, but that's not a park. And so is there going to be a park for all these children? And it's just too many people. I can't believe they're going to add that many more people, you know, and children. And the road that we live on, I understand there was, you know, there's been several children hit on that road already. And then they're going to add more. So I really think that you should think about that aspect of it when you think about adding even more homes. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Roylance and I live at 2682 West Meadow Court in Far West. So I feel like there probably would be more people here than are attending. We did get a postcard, but found it really difficult to find any information on it. When we tried to look it up, it kept coming up with the message that this information was private. So I think a lot of people didn't get adequate information before this meeting. My question, well, actually, I would just like to ask you to please reject this addition to the plan at this time. One of my questions is, how is the stormwater going to be handled? If they're, just from looking at the plans from previously, from the open space that they had, are they reducing that? Are they going to be able to contain the stormwater? He mentioned that there will be detention basins, but the water will follow the path where it's gone for the last 100 years. That path is the ditch that's on the east side of that property, which is right by my house. It feeds into a detention basin behind my house. We've lived there over 22 years and never had any problem with water, but we did in January of 2023 due to the increase in development out there. And so I am concerned that if you add that many units into this property to the east, is there going to be enough detention basins? Are they going to be able to contain that water? And I just would like to see them be able to, you know, is there still going to be the open space that was along with their original plan? Are they going to need to cut that down? And if they have homes with no garages, then the roads, where are people going to park? So just a few of my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Carl Mickelson. I live 2498 West, 2825 North. Just across the way from this new project development. Like many of the others here, I have serious concerns about the infrastructure. 2700 is ridiculous. So you're trying to turn left coming out of my neighborhood, first thing in the morning, or anytime you've got work or school going on, it is a nightmare. It gets backed up clear back down to Walk West already. And that's before you add another 1,000 houses within, 2 or 2.5 cars per house. It's already ridiculous. The infrastructure is not there. I oppose this project from the onset. I don't agree with putting in the 750 affordable houses or attainable houses, whatever verbiage you want to use. I don't agree with that in the first place anyway. One of the other major concerns I have is with affordable housing or attainable housing. That means you're going to be bringing in people of lower socioeconomic status. There's a direct correlation between crime and lower socioeconomic status. I have a concern about that. Not to mention just the increasing the population density of that area. What are we going to do to combat the increase in crime in our area? I encourage you, I ask that you just reject this proposal this evening. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Pat Burns, 2702 North Burns Lane. I don't have anything to do with this project, but I really respect and understand all the work that's gone into it, and it is very impressive. And I think this is exactly what we've needed and what we're looking for. And I own a piece of ground just down the street from this, and I can't even get close to what this is. This project is being allowed to, and I think it's amazing and it's good. I have yet to ever have a piece of property where somebody came out and said, "Thank you for putting that in my backyard." It sucks. It happened where I live, right? I had a great big huge field behind my house. A developer came in and developed it. It's horrible. It sucks. But I had to develop the piece of ground that I live in. Somebody lived and had their house there. We need housing. This attainable, I'm actually a builder. And what they have presented, I am very impressed with, because it's the only way we can help solve this problem. I absolutely agree. This needs to happen. It needs to be done. And things have just changed. Everything has changed in the past 4 years dramatically. And sorry, change just happens, and the market is calling for this, and that's what is needed in this market. Thank you.
Nate Arrington, 2484 North, 450 West. I just wanted to, same as him that just came up, I don't really have anything to do with this development. I just feel like I fall in the age range of people that are trying to get into houses and can't. I'm 28 years old. I have lots of family and cousins and friends that it's real hard to get into a house. And yeah, I mean, my family, it's whether you believe, I don't know what you believe or not, it was a miracle we got into a house and been able to upgrade from that. So anyways, I think this is awesome. I know there's consequences and negative effects, but I just feel like representing that age group, I needed to say something about it. So I would support it, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion to close public hearing on this item.
So move.
Our motion, we got a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are now back in our regular meeting. A lot of comments, a lot of good comments. Anybody got any comments or
I've got several.
go ahead? The time is yours.
Some very difficult issues here. I think the most difficult one is how we develop. And I wish there was a different way to do it, but it's a question of the chicken and the egg. We would like to build infrastructure ahead of development. And that can only go to a certain extent because the county cannot predict where people are going to sell their land and who is going to develop it. There's just no way of predicting it. What the county does do is run a lot of studies and analysis to charge impact fees for those that are moving into the community. And for all those new homes, there's an impact fee associated with it that pays for that infrastructure. And so by law, these new developers are paying for the water, the sewer, the roads that go into the community. The problem is the rate at which they build them is not ideal. It is not ideal because they don't know where those developments go in until they are proposed. And so it wouldn't make sense to develop a road to land that they don't know if someone's going to sell and develop it. And it's not right for this city to come in and say, we're building a road to your farmland, so you will sell your farmland. So that is a problem that I really dislike. And I hope we can talk with the developer, seeing what kind of mitigation we can do that is in our hands and what we can do with funds that developer or the county has, how we can direct traffic and reverse the impact. Something else that's very frustrating to me is that, and I've pushed, I think we should ask for homes to pay some sort of an impact fee to the school district, and that is not possible. The school district is its own taxing entity. And ask Liam, I keep asking about these things. That is very frustrating to me. But the idea that the current residents are paying for the future residents isn't entirely true because of the way impact fees go and the way bonding goes. All residents do tend to pay their fair share. So that is part of what I could address, and I'd like to hear from the developer, the stormwater plan. That is a concern if there's more water in the ditch than there was previously. I know the more you develop, there's going to be more runoff from a development than there was from farmland. And I assume that was part of your study. But that is probably something we need to address if the ditch is filling fuller than it used to. That would be concerning. So is it just, well, we'll have you up in a minute and we'll address that. The one that really hits me hard is the idea that we're allowing lower socioeconomic status people into a community. The truth is right now in Utah, pretty much all of us are lower socioeconomic status because of the cost of housing. Nearly everyone in this room, I would say, would struggle to buy a home right now at the prices they are at. So we are looking at people like Nate. I think he would be a fine neighbor. I'm not teachers and nurses. We're talking about attainable housing, not government subsidized, I don't have a job housing. So I want to calm everyone's concerns about that because that will not be an issue here. These are still, while attainable, barely affordable because of the costs of and just what salaries are at this point. I think those are the ones I'll address.
I'm gonna piggyback on that comment. You know, it really hits home for me. I served 10 years as a firefighter and I had to leave the profession because I couldn't afford to live. And things like this that they're proposing now weren't available at that time. I couldn't raise a family on that salary and my wife as a lunch lady as a school district and myself as a firefighter, we couldn't find a house. We couldn't do that. And so, you know, to put that in a category that says I'm going to bring a higher rate of crime, or I'm going to bring, you know, I guess more or less I take that as I was a bad person because I was a first responder. And the salaries that they make, they're not great. And so that one really hits home a little bit that, you know, that's the image that this could bring to this community. I disagree 100%. I think the proposal that's here and put in front of us, excuse me. I mean, a lot of thought's gone into it. You hear the comments that there hasn't been meetings and there hasn't been thoughts and there hasn't been this and there hasn't been that. There's been a lot of meetings, numerous work sessions. You know, both with us as the planning commission, joint work sessions with the county commission, other meetings that's been held because the developer wants to do this right and wants to make this work. And so I don't, there are concerns, but every development brings a concern. You know, the stormwater impacts, the traffic, the schools. I mean, it's unfortunate growing up on a farm in the western part of the county and to see all this development and this growth. It's not what I want, but guess what? It's what's here, it's what's coming. And, you know, a comment was made about change. It's change. Everything changes, things change on a daily basis. Heck, they change every few minutes. And, you know, to see someone step up and try and address the needs here with the housing crisis we're in, you know, when back in November, when the governor first come out with that proposal and try and, you know, saying he wants to see 35,000 homes built in the next 5 years that could be attainable by, you know, I guess I would say the younger, or heck, it could be older for that matter, you know, the service type industry, it's needed. But at first, you know, I kind of, until I sat back and thought about where the impacts are and how it changes our communities, I think it helps, you know, it gives the, you know, I can't remember who said it, whether it was Brian or one of us from the commission, but you know, it integrates us as a community. I can't remember your name from down south that moved up here, but you know, I agree 100%. If you're renting a place, you really don't have no ownership in it and have the care to take care of it. And, you know, given the market we're in, a lot of it is going to be rentals. You know, that's what or what people could afford. That's what we could afford back before they changed professions. And, you know, we've done a lot of research as a planning commission. We've took numerous field trips around to these other communities and, you know, got a lot of feedback on it. And one of the big things that resonates with me through this whole thing is, you know, the people move into a community as a young family and their families grow. And, you know, you grow out of those attainable or starter home type homes. But in that community, the way that we traditionally develop, there's nothing around that you can stay in that. You got friends, you got neighbors, you like where you're at, your kids got friends. Well, in the way we traditionally develop around here, you can't stay in those areas. You've got to move to a whole new, you know, community, whether it's in or out of the city. You know, kids have to change schools. Through some of these proposals and the new ways that these developments have been coming in, you could start at a starter home and move up into a, you know, something larger as your family grows. And then as you age and the family, you know, starts expanding and you go back to, you know, maybe it's just you and the wife, you don't need all that space. You don't need all that stuff to take care of. The neat things with these proposals that are coming through, and I'm going to speak to Nelson's Homes Green Farms development because it's in my backyard. You know, you can move through that community and never have to leave. You can change your houses as your family grows and as things change, and you can stay in that same community. And, you know, I was a lot like you guys when that was being proposed. I live in the county that was in West Haven. Did I want to see the ground that my in-laws had farmed and rented for 40 plus years become a huge development? No. Did I want to see townhomes in my backyard? No, I didn't. But guess what? It's actually turned out pretty nice, and you know, they've done a great job with it. Yeah. Well, one more thing to add on that. This isn't going to be something that could be, you know, not every development's going to be able to bring something like this to the table that's going to offer that. That green farm development was a couple 100 acres. I look at this JDC property and I've looked at it, you know, for years. And since we've seen it for, I don't know, 2020, I think is when we got our first proposal here at the county on it. And not very often do we get 236 plus some acres to do a huge master plan community like this. And So I think we have an opportunity here to do something great. And like I mentioned in one of our work sessions with the county commission, Weber County has an opportunity to be a front runner or a leader to show how this is gonna work. And are we gonna do it right? And is everything gonna be perfect? Maybe not, but we're gonna take a stab at this. And I think we've got a great proposal. You know, as Mr. Waldrop had mentioned, this hasn't been done yet in the state, so we're kind of paving the way. And, you know, our staff here at the county's done a phenomenal job vetting, looking into stuff. You know, there are a few things that are out of our control. You know, 2700 is a state road, and sometimes UDOT's hard to deal with to get some of this stuff up there. Numbers is what drives change to state roads. They look at it by traffic volumes, and you know, the volume of traffic, and I agree, it's grown a ton out there. But for UDOT to allow access onto those roads, correct me if I'm wrong, traffic studies have to be done to see how these impacts those routes. And, you know, I'm pretty sure that that's going through a process to see, so at least they are, you know, a comment was made, I don't know where those numbers come from, but 2030 to upgrade that road. Maybe it'll jump it up the chain a little bit to if this impact's gonna be greater on that, so. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox for a minute. Anybody else?
Yeah, that's okay. You're okay. I agree with some of the things that were stated by the audience. There's still some concerns that I would like to address, but I think I'll allow Mr. Bayless to come back up in just a second. But first, I know it's been hit pretty hard, but I want to put it into perspective for some of the people that are in this room that live close to this. We talked the statement about the lower socioeconomic status. I know that there's that stigma, and I've had that stigma. I've thought that myself. Those of you that live in that area, you're probably familiar with Randall Acres. That at the time, that's where I grew up. My parents, it was attainable housing at that time in 1981 is when it was approved. And I lived in that neighborhood my entire growing up. My parents lived there until they died. And I would say that there were some really good people in that neighborhood, still really good people in that neighborhood. Hell, I grew up there and I ended up, some people call me doctor for some reason now. So I think that you still turn out okay coming into those communities. I do a lot of work in Bozeman, Montana, Manhattan, places where you literally have to be a multimillionaire to live. Their crime rate is the same as ours in those underdeveloped or these lower socioeconomic status communities. They have alcoholism, domestic violence, all the same things. I have a good friend that's a member of the courts up there, and they have the same issues. So that stigma needs to go away. I will say that Randall Acres, when I drive through there now, which I do all the time, I drive on 2700 weekly. There's concerns there. Randall Acres, not looking as good as it used to. But I would, I pray that the ordinances that are put forth with this development is going to prevent that it will stay nice for a long time. I hope so. There's only one way to find out, I guess. But I guess I'll get off that part of it. I just want you to realize that there's still good that comes from this, and people do need to be able to attain this. 400,000, they're not saying affordable. We know that nobody can afford it. It's attainable is what we're hearing. It's what I'm hearing. I still have questions on that for Brian that I want to ask, because I want to make sure that and ensure that is taken care of. I have the same concerns, like we said, with 2700 that's been addressed. The only thing we can do with that is pray that the state figures that out for us after, because of the way that things are done. And I guess that's it for now until Brian comes up here. Sorry, Mr. Rivero.
I just have a quick comment, go back to Commissioner Wicker. Our system, we don't do things till there's a certain amount of housetops. So I guess I get frustrated because we need roads, we need the improved roads. We need some commercial entities scattered along there, but we can't do any of that till we get to rooftops. So the question I always ask myself is, am I willing to take a tax increase to build a road to nowhere? because maybe the development isn't gonna be on that road. So as frustrating as it is, the development basically drives the infrastructure and the things to support it. And that's why it seems to take so long. I'm frustrated. I live in Warren. We got 5,900 that if you're walking down the edge of the road, somebody will knock you off into the ditch. They've closed 4,700. I don't even drive my four-wheeler up there when I go change the water because it's Dodge cars. And that road, if you ask me, I thought it should have been fixed 40 years ago, but there's no homes there. Gotta have the rooftops, and I know it's frustrating. And our lives has changed. I've lived in Warren all my life. I've seen a lot of change. Most of it is east of me. But you, just to come in here, 20 years ago, I could drive from Warren to Ogden in about 10 minutes. I leave 50 minutes ahead and I get here about 5 minutes before I'm supposed to be here. Traffic's a way of life, unfortunately, and it'll get fixed. Probably won't see it in my life, but we gotta have the housetops to get some of these things done. It's the chicken and egg. And so that's my 2 bits on it. I'm not crazy about it, but that's our system. We just don't build roads to nowhere. So that's my 2 bits on it.
Well, this is kind of how I sum it up. We have some people that got up and spoke that have children, I'm sure, and their children are probably still fairly young. And there was one cure for all of this, and that was for none of us to have any children. We can blame it on people moving in here from out of state. We can blame it on whatever we want, but we're all children of someone, wherever we come from. And I think for the folks that are a little younger, that their kids are still driving them crazy at home, they're thinking that they'll never live long enough to see those kids need a place of their own to live. Hence, Nate Etherington. Here's Nate now at a point in his life where he needs a place to live. And he can't afford to start a family and buy a house. A simple thing, or it was a simple thing, to buy a house. He can't afford to do it. How many young people are there out there like that? Let me tell you something, you folks with the younger kids, you're going to be there. You're going to be looking at a guy like Nate someday, and you're going to be going, when are you going to move out of my basement? Because I'm tired of having you living here. And it's meant in jest, and it's also meant in seriousness. It's a problem that needs to be addressed. We have an opportunity to address it now. And I think that we should take advantage of it and get it started. Is it going to be perfect? No, I guarantee it's not going to be perfect, but we're going to try and make it as perfect as we can. And we're going to take lessons learned, and we're going to learn from those lessons as we go forward, as more of these projects are presented. So going forward, if there are more, and I assume there will be, we're going to learn from what we've done wrong, and we're going to try and get them as right as we can. We can't solve this commission can't solve the infrastructure problems. All we can do is look at the code that says this is what we can and can't do as far as the build. And it's definitely within the realm of the scope of the commission to say that this project can be approved or disapproved for that matter. But it is one unmistakably reality that it is needed. It is a needed objective, and we have a great opportunity to take advantage of at this point.
Any other comments, commissioners?
Chair, do you mind if I make a comment about stormwater?
You betcha.
That is not required until we get to subdivision, and that's looked at very, very much in detail when we get to each one of the subdivisions we deal with the stormwater. Development agreement, typically we don't look at that at this stage of the game.
But there is a state requirement that you got to retain 80% of that water on site, correct?
Correct, at subdivision.
Perfect. All right, Mr. Bayless. Now you gotta get grilled by Casey,
I like it.
and then maybe the rest of us.
Can I address
You betcha.
some of the concerns and questions that were raised? All good questions. And I do appreciate the feedback. I think a lot of this feedback feels like it goes maybe unanswered or unconsidered. That's not true. We've written down pages of notes that we've gotten feedback over the course of this project and others. And so we always try to incorporate those, obviously not to everybody's acceptance or support, but we do our best to understand those concerns and address those. A couple that I would just like to mention that haven't been talked about already. So the first one is just, and all of us in this room have experienced it. It's not that change is coming, change is here. Plain City is one of the fastest growing cities in this state. 275 units is a drop in the bucket in terms of what's going to be approved over the next 10 years in Plain City to begin with. And all that traffic has got to go right on 27 or a couple of other roads. So it's a problem that's here. And so our argument would be, we would like to plan for it in a well thought out, cohesively designed community. That matters. It's not the patchwork type development that you see and the lack of cohesion that a lot of areas in the county are developed in. And that's not a knock on anybody. It's just the reality of owning 5 acres here and 10 acres there and the development that happens. So the fact that we get to do this right on 236 acres, I think is the total acreage count, is a great opportunity for us to do that. So as we talk about that change, one of the questions that was talked about is just what does the open space look like? So we are currently building a 2.5 to 3 acre park right now in our very first phase. So that's one of the things that we did learn from the last community that we built that Bryn was talking about earlier at Green Farm, is we really want to make sure that we're building the infrastructure, the amenities up front. And so as we plan to build these homes in August, we're looking to develop our first park that would deliver to the community. It's about a 3 acre park and it's going to be awesome. It's got pavilions and playgrounds and it's going to be kind of the seed for the rest of the development. And I'd be happy to show a map that's on here. Tammy, I'm going to try to make this work. Is that okay? I'm going to share the screen and then see if I can't. Shoot. All right, let's see if I can manage it. Okay. So I think I saw in here a map that showed the open space. Okay. Here's the detention and here's the open space. Okay. So the one on the left is our proposal. And as you can see, there's quite a bit of green space there in the project, but this is the park that's being developed. You can see my cursor there. I don't know if you can, but it's on the left-hand side of the picture. It's that farthest easternmost park. And so, yeah, we're actually building that park right out of the chutes with the rest of the development that's occurring just to the north of that. And then the central park, the centrally located park, we have a lot of the conversation, frankly, that took place in the MDA. I don't know if any of you commissioners will remember this, but there are criteria or hurdles that by certain numbers of units that are built, we have to be delivering these amenities as time goes on. So this first one, the first park that we've talked about is after 100, I think CFOs are built. Or awarded to the community, we have to have that park built. So we're coming in up front and just getting it built. And then the big central park is about 450 units. So when that park is about 450 units, or sorry, there's 450 homes built in the community, that park has to be delivered. And then the large open space that's over here on the left-hand side of the project, that has to be delivered, I think at 650 permits. And so we tied those in that infrastructure that needs to be built as the units are built within the community to try to keep up with that demand.
Brian?
Yes.
I have a question in regards to that then.
Yeah.
What do you consider built in that park? You got grass down or you threw some seed down and it's built, or the picture that's shown in here is represented? There's pickleball courts, there's amphitheater, all that.
Yeah, it has to be before we can get our next permit to the county satisfaction, that park has to be built just like it is on that map.
Because there's some question in some of the fine print that's in here that states that it's not your responsibility to have those fulfilled. And I have a big concern with that if that's true.
Okay, I'd love to understand more about your concern, Casey.
And we thank you for putting it in red for us. But,
You could read it, that would help.
sure, but my eyes don't work, so.
Sorry, well, mine could be.
Says these potential additional amenities are entitled with the approved development agreement but are not required to be constructed unless identified open space and amenities are dedicated to and maintained by a public entity, and impact fee reimbursement is agreed on by the time of plat recordation for each open space area.
So it's a great question, Casey.
Yeah, it is.
If you.
It's actually somebody else. I should probably give them credit for seeing it because they have better eyes than I do.
All right, so the red is important, so I'm glad you pointed that out. If you'll remember, so this goes back to 2021 when this, this project was approved. We got it approved under two scenarios, one that it stays in Weber County. And then there was another scenario where if it were annexed into one of the adjacent cities, that's where it talks about if the public entity takes that open space, then the additional amenities would be added. So the additional amenities, so our obligation if we remain in the county is the stuff in black, which has to be built, no questions asked. And then if we're annexed into one of the adjacent cities because they have parks department, which the county does not have, they'll then maintain those open spaces. And so then our obligation changes and we're putting in nicer amenities. The amenities in red are those additional amenities. And so if you get into the details of the MDA, of the Master Development Agreement, it talks specifically about those things.
Is that
So
true,
that-
Tammy? You remember that? Okay.
So that note in red is specific to say only those items in red, those would be the additional items that if we're annexed into a city and the city agrees to maintain the open spaces, then we're responsible to build those additional amenities.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Casey. I appreciate you bringing that up.
Let me just clarify as well. So you'd be putting in the amenities, but you'd be eligible for impact fee reimbursement?
Correct.
Okay, so, okay, you initially fund it, but then it would be paid for.
Reimbursed, yep. And
Reimbursed.
which is quite typical. That's when you talk about those impact fees.
Yeah, yeah.
And one of the challenges that we have in this particular community, without getting into the weeds on this, all of these residents that live nearby, they will have the ability to come and take advantage of these amenities, right? They're public, they're open to the public, and they're not paying a dime for them. Our residents will pay for all of those, the long-term maintenance of those, and through the impact fees, our HOA fees have to cover all of those because the county doesn't have a parks department. And that's a very unique situation with the county. They've essentially said, we're not touching that. We'll own the property, but you have to maintain it.
Okay.
And this is the first time I've ever done this as a developer anywhere. But we are reyoking our residents with the responsibility through HOA fees to maintain those open spaces.
Okay.
Tammy, is that written in this proposal?
It's in the original NDA.
Okay.
It's not in here because it's in the original. Yeah, I'm sorry, Tammy.
So to
I just don't
clarify.
trust you, Brian. I have to ask
Yeah,
her.
no, it's fair, it's fair.
Okay, so I'm looking at I just want to look at these amenities again. So it says, so the amenities that for, if it's in Weber County, are the pavilion, the playground, sand volleyball court, pickleball courts, off-street parking benches, tree planting, at least 60 level activity lawn area, so a leveled activity lawn area.
Yep.
And so the potential additions, if they belonged to an entity with a parks district, would be amphitheater, restrooms, and additional off-street parking, and then whatever else the developer, I guess, agrees upon to add. Okay.
Right.
Right.
Yep. And that's the obligation. Sarah, our intent would be to build restrooms. I mean, that's our intent right now. But again, those things are optional at kind of at our discretion if a parks department doesn't come in and manage and maintain the open spaces. That makes sense.
Okay, I have one question. Did
Please.
the park size open space decrease with you getting more density?
It did. Yeah.
How much?
Yeah. I think we dropped it by about 5 acres, I would guess, is the central park. And it goes directly to what I think it was either Casey or Sarah that asked that question about. That park is a tremendous amount for us to maintain, the residents to maintain, and that gets stuck to all of the residents that live there. And so our concern or our benefit, one of the benefits of shrinking the open space is the amenities are going to stay the same. So that's one of the obligations is that we're going to build just as nice amenities. All that, the list of items that Sarah just talked about, all of those things have to be built. They're just in a smaller space, which if you look at that area, a lot of that was going to be irrigated, kind of long natural grasses. And so now we're taking away some of those weeds, if you want to call it that, and we're putting them into an actual amenities that are going to be maintained and managed and usable. So it's programmable space versus passive space. And so that's the intent is by shrinking it down, we're able to reduce the cost of the HOA fees and put in amenities that really.
But you're having more houses to pay for those HOA
We're-
fees, so it should be easier for those residents to maintain that now.
We've
Other
been,
than,
we've been concerned about the attainable homes. We've kind of debated whether we have a reduced HOA fee. So it's not like a straight, all of the fees are gonna be the same. We've kind of intended to maybe keep the HOA fees capped at a certain amount, which then a lot of the other residents would be responsible for maintaining those. So we've been very cognizant of not over amenitizing this and making sure the amenities that are in there are costs, their maintenance cost is down. That makes sense.
And everyone is required to pay an HOA in the subdivision.
Everybody's required to pay the HOA fees. Okay. I have a couple of other concerns that I would like to address, if I may, from the residents. The demand on infrastructure, we've kind of already talked about that. I guess one thing that is maybe is to what Wayne was talking about, this isn't way west, this is a mile. I think it's important for everybody to remember this is a mile from I-15. And if it's not our 275 units, again, this is not an excuse, and I know a lot of people may not like this response, but in reality, it's these 275 units are going to come to that 2600 north. And so our hope is that we are planning for that, the massive traffic impact internal to the community. And then once you get above that certain threshold, right now, 2700 north isn't even close to exceeding its capacity. And that's just a UDOT, that's just math. That's just straight. They look at the traffic counts, they analyze them every year, and we're not even close. So we will be building a traffic signal once the signal is justified and warranted, which it will be. We've done traffic studies on all of this to justify these explanations. We're not just making this stuff up. UDOT required that we provide traffic studies in order to get the traffic light approved. So there will be, at our main intersection, there will be a traffic light there built eventually. And from a spacing perspective, it's appropriate from where the light is over on 2000, and there's one more light, and then we're about a mile, which is the spacing requirements for that road. So there will be a traffic signal there when it's justified, and we have all of that through a documented agreement with UDOT.
So at what point in your development do you see that happening?
That's a tough one to answer, Sarah, because it's, let's just say we ended up selling to a big commercial user, the traffic provided for that commercial user could exceed 200, 300 homes. So it's very dependent on the traffic calculations that we have to provide updates to on a regular basis to UDOT. So if it's a bunch of homes, it's a different calculation. If it's townhomes, it's a different calculation than if it's commercial uses. And so once we exceed, it's a level of service is the way that UDOT measures that. So once that intersection exceeds a certain level of service, which is usually measured by the amount of time you're having to wait to get on to 2600 north, then that triggers the need for those improvements to be made.
So you have other properties that are being developed outside of just this one?
No.
For the commercial user?
Oh, no, there's commercial on this project. So we have about 20 acres of commercial that could ultimately be developed.
Oh, you're right, okay.
If you're looking at this map right here, it's essentially everything south of that park area, kind of in this area, and then this whole area over here is all zoned as commercial.
But fully developed, the light will go in.
Fully developed, oh yeah.
We're just not sure what stage, but fully
Yeah.
developed light would be necessary.
And I would have to look at the exact numbers. I think if it were just straight residential, if we didn't have any commercial development that would occur, I want to say, I'm not even gonna try and guess. We have a study that says it, and we have an agreement with UDOT that essentially says that once it exceeds this threshold, then you have to go build a signal. And I just don't know what those numbers are.
Who's responsible financially for that? The builder?
Yeah.
Sooner than later.
Yeah, we would like to build it. To your point, we would like to build it. I know that would cause more traffic, but I think safety wise, if you're having a lot of traffic pulling out onto that road without the signal, that's much more dangerous than with the signal, which is going to slow down traffic a little bit more, but safety wise, it will be much better. So we're wanting that signal to be built, absolutely. So that was another question that was talked about. And then we talked about all of those ones. I think that might be the county. Okay, let's talk about detention for just a second. So this is what, so one thing that's really frustrating about Weber County, I'll just be totally honest, is you guys have a 0.1 CFS release rate, which is less than what's natural. Natural is about 0.2. And so a 0.2 CFS per, I can't remember exactly what the measurements are, but Weber County's is 0.1. So the amount of detention that's required on this subdivision is double what it would be if we were part of Plain City or Far West. So it is a significant deal for us to deal with stormwater, and we've taken that responsibility very, very seriously. We have studied that from the day we bought this property because we do not want to build in 1,000 people calling us to say, hey, I have water in my basement. So this is a big concern of ours. So that's item number one. Item number two is historically, and you look at this isn't me making numbers up, it's math. As you look at the flood irrigation that's required for alfalfa and hay grass, which has been what's out there, is our development will be less than those impacts. From a storm drain and sheet flow, there are times when it is heavy, but in terms of the overall volume of water that ends up in those drainage ditches, our development will provide less, if that makes sense, because of the detention that we have to provide. So the amount of water that's dumping from our subdivision into that drainage channel will be less than what has historically been there. Absolutely.
And I assume right now the infrastructure is not in place. And so once infrastructure is in place, we'll see better mitigation.
That's exactly right. Yeah, we have to detain these, all of those blue areas that you see on this map. That shows where our detention basins would be located.
And how are those detention basins, like in the order of operations, how are they going to be installed?
That's a great question. We will not build until the detention basins for our area are provided for.
So all of them will be.
Like you have to, and I could show you the engineering studies that we've done. We've essentially broken JDC up into these areas, and within a certain prescribed area, there's a detention basin associated with that, and the grading for that development and really the roads, it ends up in that area.
So one section at a time as it develops.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so we cannot go, we're not going to build, for example, that one that's furthest north until we get to the development in that area. But the one that's happening on the furthest southeast, that big L-shaped detention basin, we're planning on building that very, very shortly after we get the approvals of the development adjacent to that. We will not need it for the first phase. The first phases, which we're building right now, but by the time we get to that third phase, which I think has been approved by the county, that third phase, we have to be building those detention basins in order to accommodate for that, the storm drainage issues. So it's a very good question, and we have spent a lot of time studying it and making sure we're not building problems into the community. And I think that parking. Well, there was a question about parking, so it was a great question. If we're not doing garages, how are we going to solve the parking problem? Well, we will have driveways on each one of these homes, just like you see up in Washington Terrace and up on the bench, right? There's the driveways. There'll be at least 2 parking stalls at a minimum off-street parking for each one of these residents. So that's going to be a requirement. And the thought is that if there is a garage that isn't built associated with the home, that the driveway is there, and then when the garage is ready to be built, it will be built, and then it will be able to provide that passage into the garage. So that was another question that was asked. And I think those are the questions that I wrote down. If there's others that I haven't caught, I'd love to hear them. And then any questions that you as commissioners have, I'd love to talk about.
Okay.
What about the first gentleman that got up and spoke about, the enforceability of these deed restrictions and stuff? I know that kind of relies both on, Liam, maybe you could weigh in, but county and developer both. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so we've put in place the mechanism to require that. But in terms of the actual boots on the ground, who's managing that, I'll leave that to the county to kind of address. That would be your guys' responsibility. So if you want to address that.
Well, so generally with deed restrictions in a development, each parcel of land can or can't be deed restricted. And if they are, you have to have standing. If that deed restriction is violated, you have to have standing, meaning you have to have the ability to go to the court and say, hey, this deed restriction has been violated. I want it to be enforced. Generally, who can enforce those are the HOA and the neighboring landowners in some situations, depending on how that deed restriction reads. By and large, the gentleman's point when he came up here the first time, the county or the city is restricted in its policing powers to what's in statute and what's in ordinance. A deed restriction in a development like this is between basically the private owners, the developer who's selling the land and the buyer who's buying the land, purchasing the land, buys it with that deed restriction on it. The county is not necessarily a party to that. And they are, we're requiring a development agreement And we're requiring some deed restrictions to be in there. But do we have standing to enforce that deed restriction? No, not mostly, not most of the time, we won't. So it'll kind of be an HOA or neighboring landowner type of enforcement.
Thanks, Liam.
Brian, you plan on taking care of that right up front though, right?
Yeah.
You sell you're selling these.
Yeah,
correct?
no, we, as part of our application, there's a deed restriction as an amendment or an exhibit to that.
And
So
you're planning on being in business for a little while after this.
Correct.
So if we get word from any of these residents, what's the repercussions to you? Besides stringing you up?
So the current deed restriction that we have in there right now, it's in favor of Weber County. And so it's not something that, I think this is going, the deed restriction is gonna be something that becomes more and more common, right, across the state.
Lacey, is the county signing on that deed restriction as well? Because we'd have to sign as a party on that deed restriction to be able to enforce it. And we can make that change, and I have to look at the language of that as well.
We'd love to get your feedback on it though.
Okay, that's what would have to happen.
Right, and it's something, Casey, that I mean, I'd love to say that there's a really clean answer. Cities, as has been pointed out, cities struggle with the enforcement of this stuff. So we're looking at this going in, saying, here are some of the requirements that are needed in order to that you're making as a buyer, to say, we're committing to, this is who we are, this is who we are, this is who I am as a buyer, and that's submitting. And so we can manage that part of it. But in terms of the actual enforcement of that, I think it probably deserves some additional
I
conversation.
think every step though, if you're willing to do that and
Yeah.
stick to that, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
And the enforcement of that isn't kicking somebody out of the house when they violated that covenant, right? It's going to the courts and just getting an injunction and saying, hey, this person isn't the owner. They're not occupying the house as the owner, therefore we would like an injunction. We'd like that to stop, and the court can order that to stop. It's not like we're removing somebody from their housing. The court just has the mechanism to make that happen.
You just took the fun out of it, Liam.
I know, it's no fun that way. Huh?
And then we.
Because then them investors have to move into those houses.
That's what it should be.
Exactly.
But our intent, I hope it's clear, our intent and what actually happens on the ground or can be two different things. So I recognize that, and we've got to get this right? We've got to take the time to get this right. But from my perspective, we are doing this and building in a pretty significant chunk of equity for these residents, and we want them to be owner occupied. I mean, that's why we're doing this. That's the whole point behind this. So good intentions aside, that's our objective coming into it, and we just got to figure out what that language is. And I'm confident we'll be able to work with Liam and our legal team. We've had two attorneys kind of look this over from a lot of different perspectives. So I'd love to continue to massage this to get it right. And the state, frankly, it'd be great to get Steve's feedback on this as well, because this is going to be something that a lot of folks are going to be concerned about. As part of the state's funding requirements for the attainable housing, they're deed restricted for 5 years. So it's going to be something that we need to kind of collectively put our heads together. This is one of those things where I think we have a lot of room for learning and making sure we get it right. But I guess my hope would be, we have homes that are close to being ready to be built out there. We're hoping to get these homes built in August. We have, the next meeting will obviously be with the commissioners here coming up in a couple of weeks. And so I guess our hope would be that we can get this approved tonight, and that we continue to move forward so that we're ready to build these attainable homes in August, and we can continue to massage this with staff to get it right.
I have another question. Is that okay? I know everybody's sick of hearing from me, but I'm sorry, Brian.
It's all right. No, it's good.
So mine is a question / comment about that 4-letter word, townhomes. All right. You've been in a lot of conversations in here, you know that I don't love them. I wouldn't even be entertaining them if I didn't see how Green Farms has turned out, to be honest. I think it's done very well. I know a lot of people that live in that area. That's the property right behind Bren's house that borders him that he loves so much. I know, but and it's done well. But my concern is the whole point of this entertainment of this idea is that attainable housing. 100 more townhomes. I'm not saying it's unfair, but I was wondering if it would be a possibility to consider more about attainable housing, because we know townhomes aren't attainable for anybody, they're not affordable. Attainable, whatever word you want to use, they are not, right? So I would like to see, and I know when we had our meeting work session with the commissioners, it was, you know, all about the attainable houses, those single occupant homes that are detached homes.
Right.
And that's the goal, right?
Right.
Is there a way for us to work this to get more of those rather than townhomes?
It's a great question, Casey.
You keep telling me it's a great question, then you give me a negative answer.
Negative? I guess my thought is this, it's really just a fit question. So it's like, how do you take a community that was planned with 725, that still had a range of houses from large lot, you know, all the way down to townhomes? And how do you make that fit now with 250 more units? And so our solution was, we were able to cluster those into additional townhomes. So from my perspective, we're already struggling to fit that many homes on the ground. That's just the truth.
It's not a negative answer, I'm just giving you a hard time.
No. It's a fair question that we've wrestled with internally to say, how do we justify the additional townhomes in a way that's meaningful to the county and they're getting what they're hoping for? And that's the way that it's not a matter of just us getting some additional townhomes. It's really a matter at this point of making sure that we can build the community that we want to build in a format and in a way that provides the space where it's needed. We don't want these attainable homes to be right on top of each other. We don't want the townhomes to be on top of each other. Green Farm feels good because we've designed it well. And so we want to be able to have the space to do that. Right? And right now, if we didn't have those additional townhomes, we would literally be building, all of those lots would be 4,000 square foot lots. And that doesn't make for a great community. That socioeconomic diversity that Steve was talking about is a very real thing. And if we don't have the ability to cluster those 100 townhomes, they will all be 4,000 square foot lots, and we don't want to do that.
So do you feel like this development is going to be close to what you have in Green Farms right now?
Yes.
I mean, I've done a lot of research, talked to a lot of people that live in there, and they love it. They love the pond that's in there. I mean, everybody was raving about just what has been built there, and I keep driving through it, and every time I drive through it, it's something different and new, right? And it's a nice development. I would love to see this be the same.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, Casey, it's a question that we have wanted to make sure we get right, and we asked for those additional townhomes for that reason alone, is we just wanted to make sure we have the space to design it and do it right. So that's hard. That's a hard thing to put into a document and require of us. But I think the reason why we at Nelson Homes are having this conversation with the county is because of that track record. And so we want to get it done right. And that was the way for us to be able to justify it. So
thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant?
One more.
Yeah, please.
So things to nail down, timeline of deed restriction and the early availability opportunities.
Yes.
So first, timeline for deed restriction. State is asking 5 years, you're thinking 10 years, county commission is thinking 50 years. I'm wondering what everyone's thinking. I'm wondering if you'd be open to 15 years. I think that gives an opportunity for at least one transfer of ownership. Yeah, it would be nice to go more, but I don't know how long.
It's a nice thing to do. I think Commissioner Favero mentioned 25 years because of the generational, and I agree with that.
You as well.
How do you think that affects you? Would you be willing to consider a 25? I mean, it's half the 50, the county commission. So we'll promote you at 25. Hopefully no one asks for 50.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that it's if that were a requirement of the development agreement, I get where the county's coming from. And so if you wanted to make your recommendation subject to that condition or that consideration, I think that'd be something that's understandable.
If we're looking at it transparently, it's not going to affect him. He's not going to be building these and selling them in 20 years and it's going to affect whoever buys it from you, right? So it might affect them as far as
the sellability of the home, the marketability of the home, if people are concerned about that. But I think most people want to sell to a homeowner. I mean, they have that intention and sometimes they just sell out and go to the investor, but we can protect their integrity and put that deed restriction in. So the other was giving first option to Weber County residents. I know you're concerned about your exposure.
People working in
Weber County.
yeah.
Yes. So I know you're concerned about your exposure legally, and I talked with Liam a little bit before this meeting about it. If we as the county are the ones requiring that that pre-sale period, I would think that puts the exposure on the county, not on the homeowner. And the question of how serious that exposure is, you know, it's variable.
Yeah.
But
Very much so.
to me, I know everyone may have different opinions. For me, that is very important, because if I want to bring firefighters and teachers and police officers to Weber County. We're the ones that are paying for the infrastructure. We're the ones that are dealing with the negatives of development. So I think we should get, yeah, we're getting the impacts. We should get the benefits. And so I know there's a legal risk to everything. My mom made my friends sign notes before they could jump on my trampoline. Okay, and we never had a pool because of the possibility that someone might sue us. So yes, there is always exposure and everything, but I think this one's worth it. So
Ryan, I don't know what your attorneys found. I didn't read that 4-page document you referenced. I'd like to see it, but I think we probably ended up in the similar spot as they did.
Okay.
In that, yeah, it's a gray area. We found out that it isn't illegal. So maybe it's legal. Here's where it went. Because there wasn't anything to prohibit it.
Right.
So
No, it's just, it's a legal liability exposure from our perspective.
Absolutely.
That we were just asking ourselves that question. And I think to Sarah's point, if there were a way for us to absolve ourselves of that exposure, then I think we would probably be very open to that, putting that in the documents to say if there were ever a challenge, a legal challenge, that the county would deal with it. You know, to the extent that we could be washed, kind of our hands washed again. The risk is quite low, to your point, Liam. I don't think it's a massive exposure.
lower than a trampoline injury, I'll tell you what.
Lower than a pool injury, yes. So I think if the county were, I think if the county were willing to consider something like that, then we would try to make that work. It went from not a big deal to a much higher risk. And we can get into legalities, and Liam, I'd love to have your eyes on that to get your perspective, to see if maybe our attorneys are seeing something that isn't as big a concern to the county. So,
well, I think we probably ended up close to the same page from what you referenced earlier.
Okay.
So I'd like to see what they came up with,
Yeah.
just out of curiosity.
yeah, sure.
You know, it comes down to this on things like that. You're gonna get what you're gonna get. I don't know if it's gonna read like it reads here, or if it's gonna be a hybrid of something, but you're gonna get what you're gonna get. So somebody's gonna have to work it out
Yeah.
at some point in time. And I guess what I don't want to foresee is during this 14-day period, a salesperson, a real estate salesperson saying, well, that darn Weber County. Okay, so they have a prospective buyer. Buyer says, well, you know, they're going through the process and they're not a firefighter or a first responder or a teacher or a candlestick maker or whatever
Right.
is in the requirement. And that person, you know, takes that the wrong way. Well, I certainly would hope the representative selling that property is not going to say, well, that's Weber County's fault.
No.
Because that's what'll lead to a whole lot of extra activity that doesn't need to happen.
Yeah, no, yeah.
So I don't necessarily agree or disagree with that part of the proposal, but if it's an important item and it kind of helps get the ball rolling to go toward this kind of project, then I'm good with it. But it can't be a negative thing either. So that's where I kind of get stuck just a little bit.
To be honest with you, Andrew, I think that's one of the concerns that we have as well on one of the thoughts that was kind of being kicked around or being brainstormed was just, is there a way to prioritize? Right? Is there a way to prioritize one of these groups of people that we've talked about, first responders, teachers, or active military, or the people that qualify for the first-time homebuyer? Is there a way to prioritize one of those people? And the difficulty with that would be, we'd be hamstrung. Our objective is to get these homes built, get them sold, and get people living there. And so to the extent that we had to wait that 14-day period to see if somebody that has a higher priority comes in and makes the application, no, it's like if you come in and you're on the list and you qualify for the home, we want to sell it to you. We can pick up the next one if this one doesn't work for you. We don't want to have to wait 14 days to see if it meets the priority and this person comes, you know, it's just, it becomes, and this isn't a program that we want to implement and take a long, long time. We want to be able to be able to move and sell it to the folks that qualify. And our objective is to sell it to these groups of people. These people, the people that work for these employment groups. I guess it's probably a better, more accurate way to say it. That's our objective. And so again, it's conceptually, I have no problem with anything that's been talked about. It's just practically speaking, we want to get out there and we want to sell homes. We want to build and sell homes. So.
Anything else for the applicant?
Could beat the HOA to death, really, but tell me, what does the HOA, what's it going to cover?
So we will have, it's a great question.
Sorry.
Every home in the community will be part of a master HOA. And they'll have basic services. They'll provide the maintenance for all of the open spaces that you see on that map that we had up just a moment ago. They'll have, they'll provide for, like the master community HOAs. I can't think of a really good example other than that. So it's just the community open spaces will be paid for by all of those residents. And then, there will be specific areas that have additional services. So for example, the townhome area, they will have maintenance provided. So the grass will come and be cut. That guy's not going to cut his yard. We want to provide the maintenance for all of that to make sure it continues to look good like Green Farm does. Snow removal. It's going to be that, that HOA, the townhome HOA, not everybody's going to be paying for that snow home removal. It's the guys that choose to live in the townhomes. And so there will be sub HOAs that will then kind of add additional levels of service. Some will maybe include internet. Some will include, other types of amenities that we've done in other communities. So, so there will be different standards of care based on which group they're part of. So if you're just the master HOA, it's the open space that's included in there. There will be some areas that have snow removal on the public walks and some of those things, but that's what's going to be provided in the master. So everybody will be paying into that. And then if you live, for example, there's an age restricted community that's going to be building a pool. They're coming in, Leisureville is the builder on those. And they'll come in and they'll have a special HOA for their residents. So it varies. It varies just depending on the community. So it's not a great answer, but that's the answer. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. As I look through staff recommendations, there's a couple things I want to point out, and a couple, I guess, as much as, staff has done a great job, and I'm sure there's been some discussion back and forth with the applicant and staff to get these recommendations, but there's a couple amendments I would propose that we make, and I'm just going to throw them out there. I agree with you, Casey, on this, on the townhomes. I mean, I see both sides of it, but to take and basically double that, I would propose that we back that down to maybe 150, so there would be 50 additional instead of the 100 additional. On item number 2, it just says the development agreement should limit the total number of housing units to no more than 1,000, but and I know, just for clarification's sake, I just would like that to state 1,000 total, but no less than 275 are the attainable housing. And then the last one, I would like to propose an additional one, just because I read fine print that I found earlier that you pointed out, Casey, is I would like to specifically call out in Christensen Park that the restroom and I'm gonna read exactly what it says, but the restrooms, 2 holes per gender, and then the off-street parking of a minimum of 25 spaces be added to the required list, not the red line or the red asterisk list. Other than that, that's
not part of any of the other numbers, right?
no. So that would be like number 7.
Right.
Which is the ownership.
Ownership? No, that's in item number. We just need to put a number to it in item number 3. And yeah, that was the other one I had on here. I would propose 25 years on that. I think we're a little bit higher than what the state requires, a little bit higher than what the developer would like to see, but That was a pretty adamant thing I felt that come out of the work session we had with the county commission, that they wanted to see a higher amount. 50 years is a long time, but I think 25, we're maybe meeting in the middle, and hopefully if our recommendation goes through with that, hopefully they could support us on that.
So I'm just making sure on the first one that you suggested with the 275, no, the total of new ones 275 need to be attainable, all 275. Because that wouldn't give them any additional townhomes, and you said 50, am I thinking? correctly?
No, it's not additional. It's just so right now, the way I understand the townhomes is for every townhome above the 100 that they put in takes away from a single family. So it's kind of a 1 for 1. So it wouldn't be additional. Right now they're asking for an additional possibly so there's the 100 that's in there now. They're asking for 100, which would take away 100 single family lots. I'm saying, no, let's cap it at 50.
Leave the other 50 for single family.
Correct.
Of whatever they want, doesn't have to be attainable.
So your total number of townhomes on the project is 150. Your overall density is not going to change from the 1,000.
Right, okay.
So basically you would have 275 attainable with the possibility of 150 townhomes. Everything else would be like a single family. That's my thoughts on the recommendations and what's there. I think this is a great opportunity.
So you're basically saying that all the 275 of what they're proposing, so they start with 725, 275, make it 1,000, needs to all be attainable.
Correct.
And he mentioned.
And that's essentially what they're asking for, and that's what's in there. I just the way I just would like that item number 2. It just says the development agreement should not limit the total number of housing units to no more than 1,000 units, which I agree with. Total density is going to be 1,000. But I just would like that caveat in there that states 275 of those have to meet that obtainable category.
Chair, just one question about the park. I am concerned about adding a restroom to it because it doesn't have funding unless it gets a city behind it. And I think when so you need a public restroom when people from outside are coming and using that restroom. But if you're in the community, you won't need the restroom, and it is a considerable expense. So I'd be concerned about the HOA paying for those amenities when they don't need them necessarily. And so I think the way it's set right now, I would be.
But it's not an HOA or a private park. It's a public park. It's open to the public to come use.
It's a park that is open to the public, but it is paid for and maintained by the HOA. So I think in consideration of the HOA expenses, I would be very concerned about putting that other infrastructure in.
I mean, the maintenance of it is going to be paid by the HOA. The developer is paying for the construction.
Exactly. And the developer will pay for the construction if it ends up going to a city. That's the black writing versus the red.
I guess I'm confused. If it's going to a city, the city would maintain it.
Yes. And so it wouldn't be the burden of just the HOA members. It would be a burden of the whole community that has access to it. So I'm just concerned about switching it from the red to the black writing, because then it becomes a burden of the HOA. And that's just, that kind of a structure would be, even maintenance wise, I think would be difficult and expensive.
I could see that, but I still, you're not gonna have a park with pickleball and all that other stuff and not have a restroom on site, in my opinion. That's
Plenty of HOA community parks do.
But
And
they're
this is
private,
only
right?
like, well, the public has access to this at the generosity of the HOA essentially, because the HOA is paying for the maintenance. So that's why I wouldn't put that burden on the HOA unless the city fully took it over, because it is not a public park. I mean, if Weber County.
I guess I'm
It
losing
isn't
you with the
maintained-
public park. It is a public park.
It is, but it is not being maintained by the public. It's being maintained by the HOA. So the taxes essentially are being paid only by the HOA. So if someone outside of the HOA wants to use it, they can run home and go to the bathroom. But It's not
It's a sticking point
exclusive.
for me. I want the bathroom in there,
And this is where I wish I had my vote, because it's a sticking point for me the other way.
so.
I don't think it's fair to ask an HOA to pay for public, to maintain a public facility, because it will be a considerable cost. So limiting that would be my suggestion.
Okay. Any other comments?
Chair, would you just restate that number 7 for me, please? I'm sorry. You have to.
No, you're good.
Wasn't writing fast enough.
It's just in the Christensen Park that the park has to have hold on, now I gotta go back to the page it's on so I can read it.
Park should have a bathroom and a restroom.
Should have a restroom. Oh, no, not that one. This one. Christensen Park should have a restroom, 2 holes per gender, and off-street parking with a minimum of 25 spaces. I mean, you know, I'm gonna look at this from, I think Commissioner Neville brought this up earlier, maybe Commissioner Clontz did, but we're giving additional density. We're losing some open space to get those, but there's a benefit because of the attainable, but we're also adding an additional 275, I guess, HOA fees coming to that. And, you know, it's been brought up, they're gonna be $50 to $60. You know, that's $600,000 a year. Based on coming into this, and I don't think that maintaining a bathroom is gonna break the bank on that. You know, they're gonna have to maintain pools and stuff like that within this, which would tie back to those specific residents that use them, but I think as a whole, I mean, a park without a restroom, regardless if it's HOA owned, county owned, anything, it's gotta have it. Otherwise, you're gonna have a lot of people peeing on trees and stuff like that, and it's.
In the country, that's what we do.
Well, it's a little bit different because there's not I mean, unless you're Green Farms and now there's townhomes in the backyard, but no, I'm just kidding. So anyways, go ahead.
Can I make a couple comments? Bryn, I hope that one of your concerns, one of the several that you mentioned would be, and if there are others, please, I'd love to know where they're at, because I think we're okay, obviously, with whatever you guys decide to recommend, but I just wanted to maybe throw a couple of ideas or maybe thoughts to consider before you guys make the recommendation and agree on that language. Your concern or question on the 275, it's really important that everybody here on this board and the commissioners understand this. If this doesn't work, we are not intending that to be the case. If this doesn't work at any time, we will not build another attainable unit. And we will stick to our 725 or the 725 plus whatever number of additional attainable units we've built. There is a lot of risk that we as Nelson Homes are agreeing to take. And we are good to do it, and we are excited about doing it. But if for whatever reason this doesn't work, we will back off of that and build our 725 unit community. And so one of the reasons why we've kind of put that weird language that you were talking about, 1,000 units, up to the 1,000 units, is to address that specific issue. And so I think if we can just take a look at the language really quick, it's in the amendment, it's section 3.2. It says type of residential dwelling units, any additional units which are constructed within the project must be detached single-family structures. So I don't know, Brent, if that addresses your question or concern, but yeah, we're not, anything above the 725 it will be attainable and it will meet those criteria. So hopefully the language that's in there on page 2 of the actual proposed MDA amendment addresses your concern, and we don't have to, because again, I don't want to, I guess my concern is I heard you talk is it's just like we're obligated to build the 275. That can't be the case. We will not agree to this. We will just build our 725. So we would like to be able to do that if it continues to make sense down the road. So
I guess I can restate it that it says anything above the 725 must be obtainable.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
if that makes sense.
Yeah, I see where you're going, but I just want that
To be very clear.
to be very clear.
Yeah, no, and I agree. I mean, that's our intent right now. So that makes a lot of sense. The only other thought is just, we are so sensitive to those HOA fees. And right now, our estimated maintenance, again, I hesitate to maybe give some of the figures, but we've looked at just the maintenance of all of these open spaces, and it is a lot of money. And so restrooms, public restrooms, changing the restrooms and turning off water and turning it back on, all of those things. Building it is not the concern. If it were as simple as building it, I would be happy to go build these. I really do think it will be a better partner with them. My question, I guess, or my request would be, if that's going to be a requirement and there's no parks department, is there any way that the county would be willing to send some employees out there to maintain those and manage those? Because that would be a cost that I just don't want to stick to the residents. It's just, again, that's an ongoing cost that we're not necessarily 100% a part of until we sell out. And then it's just an ongoing cost that the county has to deal with, or sorry, that our residents have to deal with on behalf of all of the public who comes and uses it.
Well, I kind of look at it from this. You look at it from, I mean, that's one of the, I guess, the downfalls of developing in the county and not in a city right now is there isn't that setup, that structure isn't there for this area. And I didn't have my spectacles, I guess, 2 years ago when this come through the first time to catch that fine print and that red stuff. Cause I'd have been a no vote on it going through the first time, even with the 725, to see that those were only if an entity took it over. So that I'm that's a sticking point for me. I'm not gonna, I mean, these guys can make the recommendation. That's the downfall of being the chair. I can't make a motion, but the way my vote will go, that's a sticking point. Bathrooms, parks without bathrooms, in my opinion. Especially, I mean, we want to make it nice, and I think you brought a great proposal to the table, but I mean, I'll tie this down to, it's like you develop on a substandard road, or you develop, your property. You've got to bring the infrastructure to your development. That's an additional cost to you as a developer.
Yeah.
Because of where you chose to develop. I kind of look at that the same way here, so. Just my 2 cents, anybody, I mean, you guys can weigh in.
I think the key word, Chair, is recommendation. Our whole job is just to offer recommendation. It's the commissioners that make that final decision, so.
Correct.
Makes sense. And then, the only other thing that I just wanted to mention is those townhomes. I know townhomes aren't the favorite thing. We take a lot of pride in what we build and how we build it. It's kind of a complete package, right? That 275 comes with some strings attached. And as we run the numbers, that's a really critically important component to this whole thing. And so I would hope that you and the other commission members kind of consider that. It's kind of like an opportunity for us to go out and get that done. And those additional 50 townhomes would have a significant impact. Just, again, it goes back to what Casey was asking about earlier. I don't know how we can fit 1,000 units in this project if we don't have those additional townhomes. And that's a big financial consideration for us to make. So I'll just leave that on the table and let you guys decide.
One follow-up question. So how much, just because I don't have the calculations in but I didn't see it in here with what changed from the first proposal. What's the open space, total open space through the project?
I'd have to get you the numbers, Brandon. I guess that maybe 5 acres would be changed from one to the other. And a lot of that would actually be the natural open spaces. So it's not programmable space.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of the actual programmable space that people will actively use, it would be the same amenities, but some of those natural open spaces wouldn't be there as a result of that.
So the majority of this, as I look through the proposal, there's only one little section in here that's going to be at an RE15 density, correct? Where's that page? Maybe it was something Tammy had up. Hold on, let me look in the notes. Yes, yeah. So then look at that. So basically you've got that one section to the west that's RE15, essentially 15,000 square foot lots. The whole rest of this project is under that, right? You take and I didn't take into account to take out open space and roads and everything else, and that's going to be a considerable amount here, but still, I look at this 236 acres, take that by 1,000 lots. Essentially, you're looking at a lot of quarter-acre lots. 10,000 square foot lots is an overall density. There's a lot of R3, R2 that would let that go. Smaller. We do have some commercial areas and stuff, but I don't know. As I said, there's a lot of roads and stuff. but, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a whiz with that, I just look at the simple numbers. So, but I know that was a point that the county commission were kind of, at least what I took out of our work session was kind of against a lot more townhomes. I felt that was a way that we could maybe put a recommendation together that met in the middle, you know, between what you guys are asking for and what was originally there. Because I don't want to see this fail. I want to see it move forward. But I also, you know, I would like it to see it go to the county commission with a favorable recommendation from the planning commission.
Absolutely.
And so that's where I'm just trying to meet in the middle, that's something that at least I feel comfortable with and, you know, but like I said, I don't get to make the motions, I just get a vote, so.
Sure, can I have a question for Director Grover? So since this isn't a rezone, it's an amendment to the, sorry, I can't think, but development agreement, thank you. What happens here, they move forward, right? We're voting on them moving forward to do, it's not like they're gonna come back to us again with the plan that shows the parks exactly where they're gonna be and all that, right?
No, well, as far as the parks, where they're gonna be, that would be part of, you'd see that on a subdivision plat. But the details are not gonna be in a subdivision.
As far as the size of them and things like that, that will be voted on now.
Yeah. And then as far as when you're looking at the numbers, when you're talking about 275 and things like that, that's what's going to dictate how they're gonna start laying out the subdivision plots and things like that.
Okay.
So you do start doing that, but the rezone and the development agreement are tied together. You have to have, in this situation where it was approved with the development agreement, the rezone was, you have to amend that development agreement in order for the rezone to be effective.
Okay.
Or to be amended. Right now it's effective based on the development agreement associated with the rezone.
So as far as the total number, when we're talking about acreage or space for that open space, that's something we should know right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And Brian, you don't know that right now offhand what that is, or it's not in this document?
I know that the middle open space was reduced from about 5 to 6 acres. So that's where the adjustment is coming.
And if you felt comfortable with the exhibits, identifying that, you can go off of that, but if you want more detail, you can request that.
You know me, I'm just kind of a stickler. I like to know exactly what it is when it's proposed, so
Yeah.
we're voting on exactly what's gonna be there. But
And I'm sure Tammy has those figures, as far as what's being amended in that, but and we can have that included if you'd like to have that a part of the development agreement. You could make that a condition.
okay. Am I the only one that's concerned with that space changing?
I'm not concerned because it ties to the affordable housing and, open space is expensive.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, will you please, thanks.
And if I may, Casey, I've kind of maybe glossed over this. I know I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but open space is so important, what goes in it.
I agree.
It's not the quantity. I know it's maybe not everybody has that same opinion.
Totally agree.
It's about the quality. And hopefully, again, Green Farms is a testament to that. Getting the right open space in the right location is critically important. And that open space can be designed better. The larger versus the smaller, and that's our intent. We have more units, more residents. We have to provide that open space. So we didn't spend a lot of time focused on the exact acreage it's being lost, because a lot of that, if it would have been larger, would have been put in kind of those natural open spaces, which to me, that has a place, but it's not functional. It's not programmable. It's not actionable open space that you can really benefit from. So hopefully
That doesn't benefit as many people.
Right.
As it would. Okay.
Right. So, and there's a lot of open space that's throughout the community. So we have a lot of trails, a lot of trail connectivity. We have, there's the slough on the west side or east side of the community. We've got the power line corridor, and then we've got a lot of connections that happen between. I mean, the amount of trails and open space connectivity is critically important. If you go to these large master plan communities, like they have these surveys that they look at, and they talk about the amenities that people value. It's really those trails now with COVID and some of that. It used to be pools and splash pads, and now it's trails. And so we've really latched onto that. And I know Utah has in general, and I think the county has as well with their trails plans and that. So that's been our focus, not necessarily to say, hey, we've got to have a certain quantity. It's more been the quality of those open spaces, where they're located, how they're interconnected throughout the community.
Okay.
So I don't know if that helps address some of your
It does.
concerns.
Thank you.
Don't sit down yet. I have one more question. Just trying to analyze the townhome situation. For the attainable housing, what size lots are those on?
They'll vary. They'll vary from 85 feet deep by about 50 feet wide.
Okay.
And then some of them will be a little wider and a little deeper.
And-
So the smaller would be that size.
So I could bust out my calculator. Do you know what the,
I think,
by 50 is 4,250.
yeah, 4,200 square feet. It's about 4,000 square feet is the smaller of those lots.
so they're about 4,000 square feet?
About 4,000 square feet.
Okay.
And then they can go up to, I think, some of them get as deep as 105 by about 50. So they'll be 5,500 square feet or so.
Okay.
So every home that you, by adding 275, you're obviously taking that space up from another lot somewhere.
Mhm.
And so being able to cluster those in those townhomes really, really matters. So,
And it won't necessarily make the attainable yards bigger.
no,
It'll make the market value homes bigger. And so you're looking to yards, you're looking to have
the size range of homes, yep.
larger homes to balance out. Okay.
Is it just me or did it get hot in here?
It does it every time. They turn the air off on us.
You got the controls there? Turns that down a little bit.
Every time you have to make sure it's covered. Means we've been here too long.
Well, I'll just say my last comment because I won't have a vote tonight. I personally like the staff recommendations as they are, with the addition of the 25-year deed restriction. That's my personal vote that I don't have tonight.
As they are, without changing the number of.
Without changing the townhomes or the park.
Okay, commissioners. Any further discussion?
Heard enough from me.
Me as well. Not saying I've heard enough from you, I've heard enough from myself. But, okay, I'm ready for a motion if you guys are. Or I guess a recommendation.
I'll take a shot at one. Chair, I'd like to make a motion for on item number ZMA 2024-07. I'd like to make a positive recommendation to the planning or to the commissioners. As written in the staff report, but I am going to read all items. Is that okay? All right. The development agreement should limit the number of townhomes to no more than, I'm going to stick with the 150, sorry. Total units per stipulations outlined above. The development agreement should limit the total number of housing units to no more than 1,000 units. Anything above 725 will be attainable. The development agreement shall require a time-specific owner-occupied deed restriction for every attainable housing unit. The deed restriction should include a list of those groups that have a right of first refusal, and the deed restriction should last for 25 years. Does that sound like the correct verbiage for that? Okay. The deed restriction for the 14-day pre-sale period should prioritize sales of the attainable homes to the best qualified applicants within the following order. Those who work within boundaries of Weaver County and are first-time home buyers, those who work within the boundaries of Weaver County and are active duty military, first responders, or teachers, those who work within the boundaries of Weaver County and are other public service sector or nonprofit sector employees, any others that work within the boundaries of Weber County. Those that do not work within the boundaries of Weber County and are active duty military, first responders, or teachers, and anyone else. Number 5, the development agreement should allow for necessary flexibility to make minor adjustments to the street alignments and widths, as well as open space, parks improvements on as needed basis to allow for the development of additional residential units. That all other agencies or agency concerns should be accounted for as may be necessary in the development agreement. And then an additional item number 7, the Christensen Park should provide a 2-hole restroom per gender and off-street parking of 25 spaces.
We just make your findings.
Oh, yes, remind me that I just read all that. You want me to remember everything? Oh, just read.
Just keep reading.
Keep reading. Oh, my eyes are getting tired. This recommendation is based on the following findings. The proposal offers public recreation, shopping, jobs, and has potential to offer I wrote over this, mixture, of housing options and cornerstones of sustainable community planning principles. The impacts of the development on adjacent landowners is proposed to be appropriately minimized by buffering similar land uses and screening higher density housing from view by locating it in the middle of the project. The development is not detrimental to the overall health, safety, and welfare of the community. That's all, right?
We need to include in there that this is allowed by the general plan.
That would also probably be a great finding.
Finding number 4, that this recognizes and is within the general plan, the current general plan.
Okay, I've got a motion. Do we get a second? Okay.
You're gonna let Andrew try?
All right, what?
I'll give it a second.
All right, I've got a motion, a second. Any discussion on the motion? All right. Mr. Andriotti?
No.
Commissioner Favero?
No.
Commissioner Neville?
Aye.
Commissioner Clance?
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. Will that pass? No, do I have to have 4 to pass?
Yeah.
Okay, so that motion dies. Okay.
I did have a comment here. I agree with Sarah. I'd like to stick with the 200, see what happens. I think that it's one of those things in my mind that you kind of have to do a little horse trading on to get something like this, oh, thank you, off the ground. And I'm not really crazy about townhomes myself, but I rode through the green subdivision over there, and I think in this one, my vote is for keep the 200.
So is that the only change?
Yes,
Based on if we bump the number to 200 for what Commissioner DeVal's motion is, you would support it?
Correct.
Commissioner Favero as well.
It has to be a new motion though.
Yes, it has to be a new motion.
So you need to restate the entire thing, right?
No.
Well, I think well, we can't amend it at this time. The vote killed it, but we can have a new motion with staff with what Commissioner Neville recognized with the change to 200, and I guess I could support 200. Right, Liam? Okay, Liam. Or do you want us to read the whole thing again?
Who wants to repeat all that for me?
If he just wants to amend my motion to keeping it at the 200 units rather than 200 townhomes, sorry, rather than changing it to 150, which was in my motion, is that okay? To do
Yeah,
that?
and then
even though we voted it down.
So he'll be making a new motion. It will be a new motion because yours failed. So I'll have to make a new motion, but he can say it that way.
That just
Your motion verbatim with the exception of 150 or the 200, 150 to 200. Yeah.
So since my motion failed, I can still make a new motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, Chair, I'd like to make a motion
I want you to read it all again.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Struggling.
My kids are at a rodeo. I'd really like to be there and watch, but it ain't happening.
You haven't shown us that you want to be there. It's you either. Oh, true.
Remember, we still have work session items after this.
My new motion would be same verbiage as before, the previous motion, while changing item number 1 from my original motion of 150 to put it back to the 200 as recommended by staff.
Okay, I have got a new motion. Do I have a second on the new?
I'll
motion?
second that motion.
I've got a second on the new motion. Any discussion on the new motion? All right, Commissioner Clones,
Hi.
Commissioner Neville,
Aye.
Commissioner Favero,
Aye.
Commissioner Andriotti.
I,
Chair votes aye as well because I kept my bathroom in there. So
Things you'll do for a bathroom.
they are. All right, thank you for that. Next item on our agenda is going to be public comments for items not on today's agenda. Okay, seeing no public comments, remarks from planning commissioners.
Just like to thank the community for coming, being part of this long drawn out process.
yep, thank you.
Y'all deserve an award.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank Mr. Waldrop. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for your great work. This is yeoman's work and yeoman's work. So, great work.
Thanks for your
Thanks,
comments.
Mr. Waldrop. Director Grover, oh.
Were you late?
And note to.
I enjoyed every word.
We gotta have the air conditioner stay on until at least 10 o'clock.
No, that's why, that's why we let you sit up here. We still want the opinion.
One item.
That's not a good goal sometimes. Sometimes you gotta smack me and tell me shut up.
Are we moving or?
Oh, yep. I want my lunch. Well, let's get through this agenda, then we can. Director Grover, what do you got for us?
We had no idea that the GOP was doing something in there, so that was totally spurred on us, so.
Can we at least go steal our sandwiches back?
Definitely. And I won't tell anyone that you ate in here, so it's all good.
I'll tell them. Double book us.
Yeah.
Anything else, Director Grover?
No, thank you. You guys did great.
Liam?
No, nothing yet. You'll get me later, but you did do a good job tonight. It's all very well done.
Thank you.
Thank
All right, now we can adjourn to the work session, but I got an idea. Let's cancel it.
Maybe just do the short one.
Can we go and retrieve our stuff, like have a 2-second break?
Some order.
Really needs a drink.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we know we.
Let's go beat down the door, get our stuff back, and then we'll go to our work session items.
I just missed that.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I have that on my calendar. Yes, I do. Are we having the work session in here? Is that what I did?
Yeah, we're gonna do it.
Okay, I just need to shut that down over there then.
I did. I left an invitation in there. I didn't want to lose track.
How they gonna do that with smaller pieces?
What's that?
How are they gonna do this with smaller pieces?
Oh.
Because not everybody enjoys about 300 acres.
This is one of those one-offs, you know.
a unique deal.
We'll get you some.
I'm kidding you. I'm kidding.
People are anxious to get out of there. Tonight.
What do you think?
Keep our meeting a little bit.
Oh, the water's out. Oh. Did they drink it? Yeah. They're always there.
There's some on the table. What did you leave there? We can go get it.
Yeah. What's Sam's 80th birthday announcement?
He hasn't gone.
I'll work out.
I agree.
I'll work out. You know.
It's a.
That was what I was.
So we're all, yeah, you guys have. No strength on the.
Okay, so I have a question. I'm going to have to give it all to you and then I'll really only want
Well, no, that was what the point of the discussion was. I threw out what my feelings were. And the point of that is to get some deliberation going. If others didn't feel that way, let's have the conversation. What he's saying is we should open up. Yes.
I could have put up with chair. I would do kind of already. I wanted to go share a bunch of. Yeah. Was that your cookie? Maybe that was your cookie. Okay. I got one. I didn't know if you weren't.
chocolate bread here.
All right, let's get this going.
I rounded up that, and I rounded up the invitation.
You know what he's thinking.
I want to hear what he wants to say. Okay, all right. Because I'm a no vote on that.
I don't care.
And this one, the rodeo over, we might as well just beat it to death. I want to hear me tell them no. Director Grover was going to get us more water. I think. Give water. Oh, water. They school water.
There was a tub. Maybe, maybe different, maybe different. I don't think we're interrupting anything.
Well, Charlie, they invited. Really nice.
All right, let's get the show back on the road. I don't hit the gavel very often, but.
Awesome. Thank you. No problem.
Yes. Deservedly so.
Yeah.
Did you say you're getting water?
Yes, you bring it down some.
She doesn't want long, she wants tiny.
No. No. Looking like this. You're pretty.
All right, Pat, what do you got for us?
Thank you.
Felix, you first?
Just a quick intro. I mean, good evening, commissioners. And, so this is a popular, a property you're probably well familiar with at this point. This very same piece of property has already worked through the county commission and through a work session level. So this property was, their first proposal was for just R115. And they just ran with that, and they had a work session with the county commission. I believe it was last week. And county commission had a couple suggestions. But this is actually the same property, different plan, which includes a townhouse unit there. And so these slides that I have will help to kind of guide the discussion. And there will also be good visual representations of what their plan is. And here's the kind of the general vicinity map showing the West Davis corridor alignment, a couple of routes there. And then also the property that's hatched in red and the recently rezoned manufactured tech zone in the purple, just to the east of this property.
So that West Davis corridor is a line on a map. That's nothing set in stone, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, this plain line in the map. We don't know when it's coming either, but
We don't know where it's coming.
yeah.
Yeah, I just want that clear that that's a line. It's nothing set in stone.
Well, you guys told us that they want to restudy the alignment, so that might be someone else.
And I'll quote the deputy director from Region 1. He don't think it needs to be that far west. I had this discussion with him last week. No, 2 weeks ago, sorry. So.
Okay, and then here we have the sewer plan up on the map, because I know that was some questions that came up during the work session with the county commission is how is the sewer gonna work? And but I'll allow I'll let Pat get up and if he has any comments or questions and for the discussion on this, we'd be happy to continue on and expound on this proposal.
One question, Felix, for you. So you said, was there an additional work session with the county commission outside of the work session we had as a joint work session?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening again. So this is the same, we've had at least one work session, I think two. But this is the project we're looking to do into the R3 zone, obviously right next to the M&T project. I've done a lot of work to figure out infrastructure and different things that are gonna happen and how and why. And then we did have a work session with the commissioners last week for the R15 zone, because they're gonna finalize the R15, which they know I'm coming back with the R3. But they brought up some questions about the infrastructure, sewer and water. And I've been addressing all those. So anyway, any questions you guys have, I'd love to answer. And
So the work session you had was just this going through it, our no townhomes, correct?
correct. They knew it was this. Why are we having this if we know you're coming? I said, look, I just want to be prepared with the R15 in case the R3 doesn't happen. And they're like, oh, that makes sense. So they're just explaining as to why we were having both. I don't want to do a bait and switch. You guys are like, well, this isn't what you gave us 2 months ago. But I wanted to make sure I was crystal clear in the very beginning with the R15. That's not my intention. And that was where the work session we had was, hey, I do plan on coming doing R3.
We're used to giving multiple approvals for you because we approve something, then you change it and we go through it again. So it's just gotten normal for us.
I hear you. I hear you.
Well, I'll start off with this one. It doesn't fit the general plan. There's no R3 out here in this area. To base it on it being so close to the corridor. If the corridor was set in stone and we knew that's exactly where it was gonna be, I might have a difference of opinion, but right now, it's not what's in the general plan. I don't feel it's what was requested. I mean, if there's one area that gets a lot of community support that comes and is a part of our meetings and we get a lot of comments on, it's this area. And I feel pretty confident that based on the feedback we got, R3 is not what's wanted out there. Nor do I feel it's what's needed at this time out there. And so I'll just be the first one. I'm not in support of an R3 area in this. I don't mind RE15. Like the first proposal that come through, I could support that, but I won't support this.
Are the rest of the lots around, around the townhomes, are they R15? Or what's the average lot? I guess the average lot size not quite,
About
0.3?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
they vary for what, anywhere from 6 to 7. And Bryn, I do agree, this is not based on the corridor coming in. This is based on the M&T zone coming in, bringing 2,500 new jobs that need a place for attainable housing for all those workers to live.
Hold on. So are these townhomes gonna be at an attainable level? Because I feel we went through this once before on a R3 proposal that we sent a recommendation through that we wanted them to be affordable was the verbiage we used, and the affordability that come back on that kind of shocked me. So are we talking attainable or are we talking, where are we going with this?
So attainable is the least expensive homes you can build right now. That's a townhome.
We just seen something different that we just approved.
I can tell you that I can build a cheaper home on a townhome lot than I can on a single family home lot.
I would agree with that. I bet Nelson Home. I mean, it's like you saying in the thing. More than what was it, 725, anything above 725 has to be attainable. In their minds, that might be the townhomes too, because they might be the same price point as their ones that are single family on those lots. Because by the time people pay for upgrades and all the things, the townhome might be less than 400,000, where the attainable home is over 400,000. So unless you're putting like a price point on it.
But I think that was pretty defined in that development agreement that was, it's single family. The attainable was a single family, not a townhome, correct? So.
And the other aspect is that they're growth homes. So a townhome is completely finished. And this is what developers, what they were offering is what developers won't generally offer. The unfinished basement, the additional garage, the single family detached. So it's got the growth potential to be individually owned, and the growth potential, I think, is what makes it fit the state criteria.
They're trying to get away from the shared walls. Right?
Yeah.
All right. They're trying to get away from the shared walls thing. They like the individual home.
They want it to be a lot of people might end up in a townhome because they can't afford for that single family home, but that's really what they want. They want their own backyard. They want their own space. They want something that's essentially theirs. I mean, you could buy a townhome, but you're still, like you say, you still got that shared space.
Comment, Chair.
Yes, sir.
What they would manage to do is, we have this in Ogden City, it's just gone. And people have 50-foot frontages here with a nice backyard, they enjoy it. But we went kind of on a tangent for the last 30, maybe 40 years, where it was 10,000 for a while, we built 235s until we couldn't build them anymore, and then 10 went out to people wanted 15s. And now we're going kind of backwards, which they will be more affordable because they're taking up less real estate.
The attainable houses or the townhomes?
Townhomes will still be cheaper because they have common wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad to get some comments out of you finally tonight. You've been quiet down there.
You guys were doing such a good job, and I did want to go to the rodeo, but that's over.
I'm with you too. I'm gonna be in trouble. The wife's gonna yell at me because I says, no, we'll be out of there 6:30. Here it is 8:00.
Amen.
She's used to it by now.
I said the same thing. We'd be out of there by 6:30.
There was a lot more public here than I thought there would be, which is good, but.
So, give me some information on the utilities, the sewer and everything. Is this still going west? Is that your thoughts?
Will you speak into the microphone, please, Wayne?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay, thank you.
God.
Listen, birthday boy.
This is your one pass, Wayne.
Where am I? Where's the airplane? So is the sewer for this still west? Is that the way you want to go? Or are you gonna go to a lift station over in Black Pine?
So the available option as of right now is going west.
Going west.
I want to go east. I've been working with Black Pine quite extensively. I've had phone conversations. I don't want to mislead anybody with Weber County or Weber Sewer about the location of the lift station, what it's going to be, where is it going to be, if it can be moved a little bit more west. So as you guys know, I own more developments west, several more. So this is how my brain works, is a lift station works like this. You have a lift station, you have a gravity line that goes to it and a gravity line that goes to it. So it doesn't make any sense to me to have a lift station here where you just have a little gravity and then the other gravity goes this way. If you move it, you have you need less lift stations. So work with Weber County, Weber Sewer, and looks like we can move the lift station if needed to accommodate to go further west. And I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying I've been working, spent quite a bit of time and energy. And even if the lift station stays exactly where it is, I'm 100% fine with that. It still works. But we're working with Black Pine to work with them to have their sewer plan, which is taking a 30 or 36 inch line west as far as they can to bring the sewer into that. Working with
12-inch pressure lines to 5,100 and then 36-inch from there.
correct to gravity from there, and then so working with that plan, working with Black Pine, their Black Pine is fully on board with this. The Peterson Group, which owns 60 acres next, there's 30 acre piece, then 60 acre piece, they're on board with this. The two people across the street are on board with this. There's one person that I have not had a chance to talk with that owns 30 acres in between me and the Peterson Group. They sold their ground already. I don't know if they aren't against it. I can't speak for them yet. But I've been trying to meet, and then the person to the southwest, they're okay with it as well. So all the surrounding landowners, which is 60, 30, 90, 385, 700 acres surrounding including my ground, are all agreeable that they would support an R3 zone. So as far as having the community and the people that live around this, that's 700 acres that have all agreed that they would support this.
How many landowners in that 700 acres?
Where's the closest commercial node here?
Country Corner.
My book.
12th Street, or 4,700 acres.
4700, yeah.
So we don't have any west?
No.
Looks to me like everything coming, we should have some in the west. Commercial.
I wanted to see some in our Black Pine zone, but we didn't get it in there.
Okay, so let me revisit going west with the sewer. So if we use the Weber sewer, you gotta really improve that down there, correct? Or no?
We put in a lift station, yes.
Lift station.
Little Mountain Sewer.
Right.
Extensive.
Okay, but the ponds and everything down there is adequate today. So that's all gotta be improved.
And the downfall Little Mountain has about going west is their lease on that property expires in 2033, I believe, Stephanie said. So it sits on state ground. It's not even owned by the district. And
I thought we left that to staff though.
it all, I mean, this will all
I mean, I
happen.
understand we need to kind of get a feel for it, but then
Yeah.
we don't make the decision on that anymore anyway.
They just have to have they have to provide an availability letter based on what the
Right.
ordinance states for this, but. Yeah. But I think, I mean, this has been a point that really frustrates me with the ordinance.
Right.
Is this is a big impact and a big change, and just like Pat said, I mean, you know, a lot of infrastructure has to go in to make this happen. But whether it goes east or west, because if Black Pine doesn't happen, then that line doesn't go in, and you got a long ways to go to hit a trunk line going to the east, and probably about the same distance to go to the west to even hit the ponds. So there's a lot of sewer's a big part of this area.
Yeah, you know, my thought is that down in the M area, we've gotta have some sewer down there. I mean, if we're really serious about hopefully getting some manufacturing down there, I think that something has to give there, because I don't see somebody coming in here and saying, I'm gonna spend millions.
Hundreds of millions to build a plant with a septic tank.
Yeah, right. So I guess I wrestle around with this. In fact, I drove out there Sunday and just kind of looking around that, and in the end, maybe it's better if it all goes east in the end. I don't know. I mean, it's
In some conversations we've had with a couple things that's going on, with some sewer out in this area is, I mean, Central Weber would prefer it going to the east at this point. And I think that's why Black Pine's willing to put in the size of, I mean, the lift station they're willing to put in. I believe when I was talking to, was the guy, is it Brayton? That we talked to from Black Pine about that? Like, this lift station's massive, 6 pumps. I mean, granted, two 12-inch pressure lines that tie into a 36-inch gravity line. I don't know if we have in the western part of the county, I don't even think the Central Weber trunk line on 4300 and 4100 west is that big right now. So this is some of the biggest infrastructure that's going in out there because of, I think they're looking to that future growth out there, which in my opinion, is smart.
yeah, it is smart. You know, people say it's not time, and when you get 80 years old, what you're gonna think is what it isn't ready, is death. So I guess my point with that is to me, it looks like we need to have some kind of plan. And get stating from all the stakeholders in this estate, and maybe some of the Marriott out there, because to me, I think this is the place Weber County one of these days gonna make a lot of money out there in that M area and the development around it. And it just frustrates me because I see the potential, but we gotta build a roof before we can build a sewer for some reason in this country. So anyway, I don't know. It's as far as the development goes, you know, I've said this before, in the future, it's all gonna be much smaller, I believe, because it's that close to the corridor here. But guess I'm really struggling with the fact is how to do this. I mean, it may be the easiest thing is changing the general plan, but the nuts and bolts to execute this thing just looks huge in my mind.
Looks like you should own several developments and be able to afford to put in a lot of sewer, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that kind of leads to this. Okay. This is what, 70 acres? 30. This is only 30 acres. Okay. Well,
Take them numbers you were saying, cut them in half.
well, hey, what I'm thinking is that this is great on this 30 acres. But it needs to be planned better so that, and the better sell for you to get this through is that, excuse me, have some of your 3rd acre lots in some of this other 700 acres that you're talking about around here. Because kind of feeling what Brent's saying just a little bit is you drop this out here in an area where there isn't density like this. And it's a little bit of a hard sell. I'm not saying it's wrong. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's a hard sell because there's nothing out there that's like it. You know, I think that what's your other subdivision there? Longhorn, the one that's existing though, the part of it that's existing right now.
The naughty word.
Well, so I don't mean to dredge up nightmares, but those are what, 1 acres or 2 acre lots? They're halves, they are halves, okay. So there is something that's a little bit smaller out there then. Okay. But how far, what's the distance between this and that subdivision approximately?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's where it's kind of like, I mean.
Well, I do have coming in, if you look at that sewer plan, I don't know how to change this, but it shows my other developments that I have up there, which is Midas. So I own 40 acres in Longhorn, Midas is 60.
You bought Midas?
Yeah.
Midas is, you bought that now?
About to, it's under contract. I haven't closed on it.
Yeah, so it won't be.
You'll see that in the next work session.
The Zoom meeting will show.
That's the one you wouldn't let me talk about.
Does anyone know what the timeline is for Black Pine?
In the discussion we had, they hope to possibly start with the lift station and the sewer improvements later this fall or early spring. Cause they, just like Pat, I mean, if the sewer don't go, nothing goes. I do know there's a subdivision request in, and Director Grover can maybe on this, but they want to subdivide off the lot that's going to the fire district, correct? Because the fire district wants that now, I guess, or something. So there is a proposal for the first phase that's just the ground that they're giving to the fire district.
So how soon before there are jobs there?
Well, you're talking just your sewer, that's just that massive project's gonna be. I'm just throwing on a limb here, but you're 3 to 4 years before you have buildings built and infrastructure in place to, I mean, what is it, 1 million gallon water tank that's gotta be built, there's a ton of stuff that's gotta go in, so years before we have an operating tenant, I guess you could say, in there, right?
Possibly. There's.
Could you speak into the microphone, please? Thank you.
Boss got in trouble.
I always get in trouble with her. Possibly, there's probably a few things I can't talk about, so at this time.
Construction takes a long time, though.
So I guess what's the meantime if we have all of this density? I mean, we get the density, the road access out there is not great.
Correct.
So my concern is where it's so far away from where we've got the roads. I know you can figure out sewer, water, that would be your burden. But the hard thing is like, I mean, the development before is in the middle of developed Western Weber County, essentially, to a certain extent, it's not way on the fringes. So we're talking about, you know, a mile of road to improve. And this is, I don't know, how many miles of.
This road's all improved though, 12th Street from 4700 West.
This is all improved.
It's a 3-lane section, wide shoulders.
So this can handle it?
UDOT has a project that's in design right now to widen from 4700 to the River Bridge, which is stupid because they're leaving this little chunk over the bridge, and where it goes from the anthill, that's not gonna get. They didn't want to mess with the bridge, so they cut it down. So basically where Pat's development stops up there.
So infrastructure to get here is in place.
Road-wise.
Road-wise, just not,
Road-wise,
sewer
but
and
not,
water.
yeah.
I mean, Weber Basin has a huge, the 24-inch line Weber Basin has out there to feed culinary water, which would then break off and go through Warren West Warren water. I mean, Black Pine has to put in a new storage tank and some stuff. I think your biggest hangups from the infrastructure side is gonna be your sewer. And that's contingent upon that Black Pine line going, but I mean, I think it's gonna happen, just who knows how quick. And the second one would be, there's there's not a lot of power out here and there's a huge power upgrade that's gotta come. Which probably would support what Pat's proposing, but like when Black Pine starts to go, they've gotta put in a huge power lift station or substation out here along with it.
So to me, those are things that Pat has to figure out.
Correct.
And so right now, I mean, the roads are always a concern for me because we don't have as much control over them. I'd be a little concerned far out, but I guess if that's not an issue, my question is how dense, like you said, fitting into the master plan. I don't love the layout of what you proposed.
No, that is only conceptual. That's just saying, hey, this is the number of units that would fit on there. I'm not doing that at all. I want to front 12th Street with the towns and kind of come up across the side, do the towns that have a mixed use with them, a build, work, play. I mean, that's not, all that was showing was the connectivity of
So
roads.
if we can get more of that attainable housing, that would be awesome. They said they were around $4,000 or $5,000 lots, and so that would be
Square foot
nice.
lots.
Square foot lots. What did I say?
$1,000, I'd love to find a $4,000 or
No,
$5,000.
I'm losing my mind. 4,000 to 5,000 square foot lots. And it's gotta have, I think, an open space parcel in it because.
The park is right next door to it, and I've been
Oh.
working with the Parks Department.
There
working
is a
on-
park.
So
right
as
here.
part of Black Pine, this whole deal right here,
Will be-
it's not like a park you can go have grass and play in. It's really a wetland that's gonna have a trail around it.
It's an open space.
It's open space. It's-
Okay.
I mean. It is open space, but is it an actual park?
To me, yes, to most people, no.
Yeah,
That's where I play.
you're not gonna go play football and you're not gonna have a playground.
But a small playground type facility where those houses are gonna be pretty tight, and I don't even think it has to be something big, but probably HOA run, something small where that community is. Yeah, I know people hate pocket parks, but for HOAs where those homes are gonna be, if we went dense, that would be my preference, is to try and fit some attainable housing in, blend it out to make the numbers work, kind of like Nelson Homes is trying to do. That, I don't know, what do you guys think?
Well, yeah, that's all great, but we kind of need to give Pat some guidance on whether this is even feasible to be there at all, right? Isn't that where we're at?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know that that's our decision. I think we figure, like, as long as there's a road there that's concerned, he's not gonna be able to get subdivision if he doesn't figure
Right.
out sewer and he doesn't
Yeah,
figure
that's
out
all,
water.
I'm not worried about that part.
So,
Pat's problem.
I mean, to compare this to JDC, we're comparing apples to oranges. You gotta add an additional 200 acres to kind of even get this in the ballpark to compare it, so.
yeah.
And that's why, you know, I mean, I would love to see obtainable work on these smaller ones, but it's like the comment I made earlier. These smaller little subdivisions, it doesn't pencil for the developer to get the develop, or to get that attainable. I always use an O, but it's actually an A, I learned. 2 T's in this.
Boy, it's been a long meeting, bro.
So maybe not attainable, but maybe work with just smaller lots to make them just end up less expensive. And work with some of the same concepts that.
But the thing that concerns me is like, you look at this. Here and you look at the size of lots that they're proposing. Let's go look at Stagecoach. That has similar size lots in this, and the dollar amount for those homes are. I think, what did the sign say, mid 550s, home starting in the mid 550s, and you're talking 6,800. If I recall, when that Stagecoach had 6,800 square foot lots in it. And we were talking 40 acres and not 30 here, so.
So Stagecoach had 116 lots.
116?
116.
That was 168.
Nope, 116.
Hmm.
So this will have, this 30 acres, I'm proposing 188 lots.
188?
Yeah, definitely smaller lots.
Well, that's because you're adding all those 66 townhomes in, right?
85.
Question,
townhomes.
Director. Our approval only lasts for 2 years anyway. And so I don't know, Pat, you might want to wait.
Oh, I'm good to go.
No, the rezone, I think the rezone.
We might be
Go,
doing
but
2,000
subdivision
Yeah, the rezone
Wait.
will last. rezone will-
has the time limit, right?
And subdivision would only if we have a development or rezone, if we have a development agreement attached to it, then it could expire, but if it's just a straight rezone, it wouldn't expire.
Can anybody remind, I remember Commissioner Frower having some issues with this in our work session. Do you remember what his concerns were?
I know one of the comments that come from there is, and I think it was more so Commissioner Bolos, but it kind of ties back to even the Navy Metals one. She was pretty hard set on the lines changing from the general plan. I mean, we were abutting R3 there. And she didn't want to see the R3 with Navy Meadows when it literally touched, but the canal was a boundary. One of the comments I remember coming out of this from Commissioner Bullock was there's nothing around it that's R3 that's proposed in the general plan right now, and she's pretty hard set on what that general plan shows.
So what the three commissioners said is, Gage Floor said, I want to wait until this is approved by Inland Port. He said, if it's approved by Inland Port, I'll vote for better density near the M&T zone.
That's what I
If
remember.
it's not,
He
I'll
was
have some hesitation
not necessarily approved by Inland Port, but he was waiting for Inland Port to happen and be more.
to approve it. They approved it that day, actually.
Yeah,
That night
was
they
that same,
approved
that afternoon.
Okay.
And then Sharon Bolos said, I would support this going R3. I think the whole area needs to be R3, which is why I went and talked to the landowners around that. She said she would like to get a 12th Street overlay that would overlay the 12th Street corridor. That's what she was suggesting, but she said she would support the R3. And Harvey said, I'm not gonna say no.
Where's my old phone? Where's my patio homes?
So let me ask another question, and maybe it was at the first part of this, but doesn't the legacy on our general plan go right through this place
To the left of it,
to the west?
to the west.
But my concern with that, just knowing where UDOT stance is on that, it's a line. They're not. And to the conversation and kind of what Charlie mentioned, they're looking at, they would be willing to partner with Weaver County if the county would put up some money to reevaluate it and get it more in line. But from what I've been told is the county don't want to put up no funds to go with it. They're trying to bring developer funds in to go with it. And UDOT's not going to support it if the county doesn't put funding into it. So, is that correct?
As far as I understand, at this point.
So what price point are you looking at on the lot? On that subdivision, that 7,000 square foot plus or minus.
As a finished lot, around 130 to 135,000 for a finished lot.
And what size home are you looking at on?
And I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but as least expensive as possible, because that's what's selling.
Right.
That is, I mean, what Nielsen Homes was saying, they're exactly right. I got killed. My construction company, we build about 30 houses at a time in our pipeline. Right now I'm building 4. That's it. Because I got stuck 1 year and 9 months ago with 32 spec homes, and I had 50 buyers lined up begging me, I mean begging me for my home. And they were from between $600,000 to $950,000, which was the primo #1 hottest market. Now it's the #1 worst market. If you're not under really 500, but under 6 and over 1.2, it's not a market right now. We need these to be at $500,000 or less. But if it's over 500, you just won't sell it. And so we have to do what the market demands. The market is demanding smaller lots, less expensive, so it's attainable. Now, if we can get down to the 400, I wasn't kidding when I got up and said Nielsen Homes, I'm very impressed that they can get this. It also helps that they have 285 acres and the price they bought the dirt and what they can do it for. I had to pay a lot of money for this dirt. But don't get me wrong, I can still make money. I don't want you to think I'm crying poverty. I'm not. But I also have to invest millions and millions and millions to try to make some money. And by creating something that the market is calling for, I presented this. So I presented Longhorn and the Midas project and this project to 10 of the biggest builders around here. All 10 of them said, we love the Longhorn, we love the Midas. Every single one of them, including Brian Bayless, is begging me for this project right here. They will buy it from me tomorrow. They've all been begging me to give me LOIs, and I don't want it because I don't know what I have in. So I can't sign an LOI. But what I'm trying to get at is this is what the market is demanding, not because the builders are greedy, it's because that's what can sell. We all know what can sell because we've unfortunately experienced what doesn't. And so that's what we're trying to obtain, is obtainable housing so that we can actually sell it. So when I really do mean I want to build the least expensive, but the points everybody's making earlier about the slamming the kitchen cabinet, having a soft close hinge, that's right. That sounds really good until you get a homeowner in there who grew up in their parents' house that have soft closing hinges and they think they deserve it because their parents have it. I'm not knocking them, that's just a reality. I've been selling homes for 25 years. It sounds great, but if you don't have something that the masses still want, so you got to find that line where it's attainable, but still has all the bells and whistles, but it's not kicking the bucket. It's not, I'm not going to tell you, and I love Rob, do not get me wrong, that I'm going to build a house that doesn't have a garage. I honestly don't know that that's going to sell. I really don't know. It might. I don't have the deeper pockets they do that we can take that risk. And if they do, hats off to, that's what I was telling. I'm very impressed with them. That's not a joke. I really am impressed with their ability to do stuff like that. I have to still try to sell, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I'm gonna build every single one of you. I don't want to ever mislead you guys. You sold it after, you got up and told us. I don't want to ever, be that guy. You guys see a lot of me and you'll continue to see a lot of me, so.
So if this statement went through at the RE 15, just curious on Commissioner Favero's question, what would those finished lots sell for?
Finished lots with the RE 15, they sell for probably 160, 155.
So we're talking additional $20,000 or so, $20,000 to $30,000, and you're getting double the area.
No, you're getting 15,000 square.
You're getting 15,000 square feet here. We're talking 7 to 8.
No, on Longhorn, they were there was none that were over 10,000 square feet. I mean, on the Stagecoach, there's between 6 and there might have been.
I know, but I think your question was for these lots here at 7,000 square feet, what would the price point be, right?
Right.
Yeah. Which you said 130-ish.
Correct. 135. Yeah.
We're talking so $20,000 to $25,000, and you're getting a 15,000 square foot lot versus but it's a price point.
You can then put a home on for.
It's the size of home that goes with it. You're cutting $25,000 off that home you're putting on it to get the additional size.
So Chair, the question tonight, is it about amending the general plan? Is that what we're discussing? Because I think we can't do anything with this
This is just
unless we decide we want to amend the general plan.
This is just a work session to discuss it. Yeah, and that's the only way that this would work is a general plan amendment.
So with knowing the Black Pines going in and possibly the inland port.
Yeah, the inland port, Black Pine's part of the inland port, and then the ground out west is part of the inland port.
So are we in favor of finding or amending the general plan?
I'm not. But like I said, I'm one voice here, so that's the whole point of what we're discussing.
So why not?
Because the general plan shows plenty of R3 over across the tracks and that whole village center and commercial. So back to your point, Commissioner Andriotti, there is commercial out here, but it's all across the tracks on the other side of the river in that big area there. And that was all done.
Westbridge.
Yeah.
Down 20% of that too.
Westbridge that's coming in, and that was all done with the intent and knowing that this was in the general plan area here. That I feel we, as we went through the general plan process, accommodated for the M&T zone to come in and had that commercial area and all of that higher density R3 type development, which would be, I guess, right down here would have, if we pull up the general plan.
But do we have any proposals to develop the R3 or commercial zones?
There's a huge proposal for Westbridge, but who knows where it is? I mean, those are the folks that we went on the tour down south with, so.
Okay.
That's where we got across the river, right?
So I do want to clarify, the M&T zone they did redo the master plan. That was not on the master plan. If the M&T zone hadn't been rezoned, I wouldn't come to the ER3. With rezoning 385 acres with 2,500 brand new jobs coming into that area, that's what spawns this, in my opinion, as a planner, to plan to have an R3 zone next to 385 of M&T zone. If it wasn't a rezone of the master plan that got the M&T zone there, because that wasn't in the master plan to begin with.
I disagree. It was. We didn't have to do a general plan amendment to put that in. We just, the only general plan amendment we had to do was to bring in that extra chunk of the Hancock property, correct?
You did, you had to expand over to the side.
Yeah, but it was in the general plan.
It was called something.
It wasn't called for an
Yeah.
M&T zone.
It was,
Readjust.
it was brown, if I recall on the map.
What was the terminology
It was
for
a
that,
tech.
Charlie? Tech, sorry. Wake up, Charlie.
Yeah, gotcha. It was office tech or
Yeah.
manufacturing tech. But the M&T zone, we selected that zone specifically. We just copied and pasted essentially from Alpine or something like that. But because it has technology, manufacturing, angle to it, which didn't fit really well with general plan of this location.
But that's what was in the plan when we approved the plan, correct?
Yeah.
It was called something different, but essentially it's the same thing, right?
We just
Okay.
expanded it.
Yeah.
And then expanded.
Then we had to expand it to include that little chunk of Hancock property.
But you did rezone the master, you did redo the master plan.
We didn't amend the general plan, we
Changed.
rezoned it to fit what was in the master, what was in our general plan.
The name of it.
Well, by the time Westridge gets started, we even know whether that'll happen.
Microphones, please.
Oh, Westridge Meadows, do we know whether that's gonna happen?
It's just like all this other stuff, I mean, just, do we know Black Pine's actually gonna build? We hear a lot of good stuff, but until it comes as a proposal,
Right.
it's just a piece of paper. So, I guess the only difference is with the M&T zone is it's gone through the rezone process. Where,
Well, and I think the MT zone, my vision of that is we need to be a little careful what we put there because our goal should be wrestling some of this tech away from Utah County. And that's a good place to do it. Because to me, these campuses, when you look at these big, processing areas, they're gorgeous. And that's where they need to be. I mean, that ground over there, not great farm ground, but what it would do is make some beautiful landscaping. And I think that, I don't know, I don't know whether they're gonna go or not, who knows at this point. They need 300 kV of power. There was a meeting on the 2nd somewhere in the United States to discuss that, and I don't know what's happened since. But it's, I don't know, I mean, if it goes, we need housing. The closer it is, the better off we are. So I don't know, it's a chicken or the egg again. What's up with that?
Maybe you're just a little bit too soon. Because I wouldn't say that like everyone's against it, but maybe just a little too soon.
I think them people out there is gonna come at us with pitchforks and stick fires.
That's what I mean, so maybe just a little too soon.
I think they would too. I don't see it being completely out of the question. I mean, when we were talking about Black Pine, I wanted it to be mixed use. I wanted to have some living in that, got voted away, right? So this is right next door. It would provide those people to, like Pat was saying, I mean, I agree with him on that point, so. Time, I don't know, but I'm not completely against it, but just for the fact of, I think that there's gonna need to be some housing. But I totally agree. We will have pitchforks and.
Well, I think that, it's really interesting because it's hard for people, just like in Warren, that if you got kids, none of them can afford to live there. I mean, I told my 3 kids, I'll give each a lot. And they look at me, you gotta be kidding. Gotta build it up so far, get all the permits. I don't know what, Warren Culinary is, 15 grand, is it, or something for a hookup, really? Yep. So they're saying, oh.
Where'd you get a park fee?
Adopt me.
I'd love that free ground. Build a house on, and you wouldn't have to pay a park fee.
Yeah, I know. The kids, though.
Unless you
know,
subdivide.
They don't, they're like me. They made some life choices. I was lucky. They haven't got lucky yet. But anyway, I don't know, you know, it's crazy because to me, I think this is through this area, I think it has some outstanding potential for the right kind of growth, might have the right kind of jobs, that people can afford the right kind of house. Nothing better than that. I don't know.
All I can say is, if this is what you're proposing, run it through the process. We can go through the public hearing process, we go through it. I mean, we've met on this enough and beat it to death, in my opinion. Run it through the process, and that's where it's gonna go.
I agree with Wayne's comments. It's what's next door to the property. We're not crossing 12th Street to get to it, so I think it has validity of being there.
You know, and as far as the pitchforks go, I'm immune to the climate after all these years. And if you see me mess with my phone, I'm shutting off my hearing aid. I can do it because I'm in my last hurrah here.
Lucky you.
But the thing of it is I know these people would rather be driving buckboards and teams of horses. But unfortunately, that's not the future. And this is the future. And I think that in the end, if it's a pleasing development, they'll slowly come around. I mean, they're all good people. Don't get me wrong. I know most of them. They're good people, but they just, they're kicking and I don't know if they believe it's 2024 yet. Heck, I don't half the time. But, you know, I agree. I think you ought to run it through the process. I think that's a good idea. And see. As far as, because that might get a little more information on getting things rolling somewhere else. Because this, you know, this whole area though it really needs to have the infrastructure. And I think that you got to start somewhere. Maybe this is it, maybe it isn't, but I think we ought to roll through. What do you think?
All we can do.
That's what we do.
Run it through, make a recommendation, and the boys, the folks upstairs can make the decision, right?
Right.
Put your boys anymore. Okay, anything else on this? Okay, thanks, Matt.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Liam, finally, you're up.
Okay.
I want you to stand at the podium.
Would you like that?
I'm just kidding.
I was hoping you were gonna say you'd like that, because I was gonna say you don't always get what you want.
Ooh, I'll remember that next time you want your water district checks. Right? You don't always get what you want.
Thank you. So Rick already introduced this, I know, in the pre-meeting. We have new rules of order. A lot of this isn't really new rules of order. It's just Cortland Erickson up in my office. He kind of consolidated the rules of order. Like, for example, chair duties. The duties of the chair were listed in random places throughout the rules of order. He just consolidated them all into one spot. So if you look at the red line version, you see a lot of red lines. It's not all new red lines. Some of it's just been copied and pasted from other areas, cut and pasted from other areas, and he really did just clean it up. There's a few new things though. We'll go over them really quick, just so you're aware, and you guys have a copy of this. Okay, you guys just have the black line, that's fine. So, I'll have to look and see how this matches up then with the black lines. We have, in part B, number 3, we do have a attendance requirement. of sorts. You missed 3 or more planning commission meetings during the 6-month period, and it's grounds for removal from service, right?
That's all we have to do?
That's it. There you go. You know how to get out.
What number is it?
I even woke up.
Okay, so I shouldn't have referenced that one. Rick also mentioned that there was a video conference or electronic means change. And that change is just that you're expected to be here in person, but let's see, up to 2 times per calendar year, you can attend remotely with the permission of the planning director. So there's that. Ex parte contacts is another interesting change. This is going over to number 5 in part B there. Because Sarah Wickern was actually talking about talking with developers or people on the agenda or public before a meeting. This is a good change, actually, I think.
Where's that? Oh, I'm page 3.
Yeah, page. Probably
There's too many
page
letters
3.
and numbers.
No. And then, page 3, number 5, ex parte contacts. Okay, so with administrative items, generally in state law, you're not supposed to have conversations about an administrative item on the agenda prior to the meeting. There's a little bit of flex in that, but that's the general rule. So
Conversation with who?
with the public or the applicant. Because if the legislative items, it's okay, right? If the public wants to get your opinion and you want to talk about it in a legislative item, that's fine. Outside of the meeting, that's fine. With administrative items, you're really not supposed to. However, the most important part of this one, which is a good change for you guys, comes in that second paragraph. If the last sentence of the second paragraph, if a member determines that he or she is unable to fairly and impartially discuss and or vote on a matter due to ex parte contacts, the member shall refrain from participating in any discussion and or voting on the matter as she determines to be appropriate. What it said previously was that if such contacts have impaired a member's ability to fairly and impartially discuss or vote on the matter, then the member has to refrain. This is a better change because now it puts the discretion in your court. The public doesn't get to decide whether you've had improper contacts before the meeting. Nobody else gets to decide. You guys get to decide. And that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
You as an individual.
The group,
So, yeah.
hold on, no more.
Casey, you get to decide, hey, okay, I talked about this too much outside of the meeting. I'm just going to refrain and not do this, rather than the public making a stink about it and saying, no, your rules of order say that if you had too much contact, then you're out. But now it's your discretion, which I think is a good change for you guys. You guys get to decide. So, small change, but good. So there's that.
Because Casey talks.
Only in the meetings.
That's not what I hear.
The other change worth noting is in part F, procedure and motions. And part F, subsection 1, motions generally. Paragraph A, the planning commission desires to avoid overly rigid formal procedural rules for motion, since excessive concern for strict procedural details can obstruct rather than facilitate achieving desired outcomes, right? So that's a new addition. So it's just saying, yes, we have rules of order and motion rules and kind of things we're supposed to abide by. And it gets into a little bit more details of how the procedures are supposed to go on a motion and a vote. But we're not going to let an infringement of those rules restrict us from moving forward, right? This is spirit of the law, not the letter of the law type of thing. So we're just clarifying that, and that's mostly for the public. And not necessarily, yeah, it's nothing to do with you guys really. It's just so the public can't make a stink out of the procedural error that we make in making a motion or voting or anything like that. So those are the things in brief that I wanted to bring up. So you have the rules, you can read them. And if you have questions, you know where to find me.
So, but just so the commissioner, county commissioners now approve this for us, correct?
Correct.
We don't.
Right.
Anything in it.
Yeah.
We used to have to approve our own rules of order, and now they approve our rules of order.
Correct.
Okay, I have a question.
Yep.
So my piece of ground that I have listed out on 4700 we're under contract. So they're gonna be coming in here to do all their things to try to get things approved. Do I leave the room? What, I'm gonna know so much, I'm not gonna be involved up there with my opinion.
Okay.
I don't really speak, I mean, we all know this, right? But
Hey, but what do you do?
It is a conflict of interest, right? And so what, do I have to leave the room? Can I sit over there? What do I do?
You, unless, I gotta remember county commission rules of order versus planning commission rules of order. But I think they mimic each other, and tell me if I'm wrong. You don't have to leave.
Okay,
You don't have to go sit down with anybody or leave the room. You just refrain from voting.
okay.
Does she have to refrain though? Because when we had this with who's the other attorney that gave us a little,
Oh, Crockett, Chris?
yeah, he said that wasn't.
So it can be, and if Cammy decides that she wants to not vote on it, then she's totally within her discretion to do that.
But it's her decision.
It's her decision, yes. Mhm.
Probably decide not to vote and let you people do it, but.
But you could.
I'd vote if I were you. Yeah.
Jen's like, why?
I'm on it.
Maybe I'll. like
Yeah,
your
why not?
policy. I mean, you never know.
Maybe when you're making that deal, you have another % or 2 to the commission.
Say that into the mic.
He did.
Yep, your call. Yeah, no, that's a legitimate question. That's good. Yep, your call. Yep. Okay. There we go.
But maybe we want some of that information. Maybe it's not as damning as you think it is.
No, share, that's what, I mean, I don't have a problem sharing, I don't even know exactly what they're proposing, I'm having a meeting with them tomorrow. So like, yeah, I can clarify things or do whatever, but. Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to find out, tomorrow's the start. I don't know what they wanna do. Yeah. Shut down apartments, my own stuff. No, I don't know what they wanna do.
You got inside knowledge. You ain't getting that through them guys.
That's why they wanna talk, I mean, they probably wanna pick my brain, like what I think, is feasible or not feasible, but I don't know what they wanna do, they haven't said yet. They wanna keep some commercial there, and I think they wanna do some kind of housing, I don't know, that's my thought, but I don't know. We'll see. I don't know.
Then
You're done, we're done.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know, it's a work session. We're done, right? Thank you.
Yeah.
Most right.
Brandon, you feel like they were getting out of your room
Ooh,
again?
yeah, thank you.
Done.
I'm glad you woke up.
It's a big item.
That's like 4 hours.
But it wasn't, I mean, there were a lot of long presentation, a lot of public hearings.
You did take a heck of a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone want to, yeah, but I feel like some of that for the